Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the November 13th Historic District Commission Workshop. I'm Christy Harps. I'm the Program Manager for the Historic District Commission. And we're starting the workshop a little early because we have a number of items to go through. We are going to start first with the Elizabeth proposed historic district comments. So just a little bit about the process. As part of designation, the request to designate a local historic district, the State Historic Preservation Office has a role in the process. And by that, they receive the local district designation report, which it includes a historical narrative, the maps, and a survey, a house-by-house survey of all the properties proposed inside the boundary. We sent that off to the state in September, end of August, beginning of September. And they have given us comments. Now, as far as comments go, any comments the state provides to a local government in relation to local historic districts, these comments are considered advisory only and non-binding on the community and the commission. These comments are posted online, and it includes a letter, and then the comments were summarized in an email. And we see the state as a very valued partner in this, and, really appreciate their comments and their insight. They look at these reports all the time, and it's my advice that we take these comments and that they are incorporated in the local district designation report. To that end, I did speak with the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation representatives who have said, yes, please let us make these changes to the local district designation report. So the community is asking to make these changes. Well, the organization who submitted the report is asking to make these changes. So while normally the next step in this process would be, the commission would make a recommendation to support this local district to city council. Today, what I'm asking the commission is if they would delay their vote. And by doing that, I like things official. I'm asking that since the community is amenable to make these changes, my first question to the commission is, are there any other changes that you would request in addition to what the state has asked for?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So one of the things that the state recommended was that if I may not have read this correctly, but what I interpreted was that it might be better for them to present smaller clusters within, because it seems like there is some broader areas that have been, I don't want to say disturbed,
Altered.
but altered. And so that is something that they would be reviewing when they read that document that the state provided, right? And considering.
I think anything on here is up for consideration. If you would like to further recommend that, I think that would be appropriate.
Just in my time traveling through that wonderful neighborhood, the changes that have gone on there that have happened in that neighborhood in comparison to any of the other areas, I feel like that would be very helpful.
Okay. Great. Any other comments from the commission? And these are comments that, while there are representatives in the room, that staff will be the liaison between the commission, the official liaison between the commission and the applicants. Okay, so with that, since there are so many changes to be made, including, the recommendation both by the state and by Commissioner Wojcik about, considering smaller areas, I would recommend that rather than, hear any commentary from the community, it's not appropriate at this time since we don't have a complete document. And so my recommendation to the commission is that, it's kind of a double negative, but that you would vote that you are not going to make a recommendation to city council at this meeting until you have a more complete report. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So commissioners, do we have a motion to that effect?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to delay a recommendation for a recommendation to city council on behalf of the Elizabeth neighborhood until we have a complete and revised application.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to delay passes 8-0.
Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you. And we have 2 workshop items, just as a reminder to the presenters for the workshop, the other workshop items. Pre-application, we do not have applications on file for either project in accordance with our procedures. And this is for high-level, non-binding feedback that the commission will be giving these applicants. So I would make a recommendation to the speakers that they keep their presentation short so you get the opportunity to hear from the commission. And we're going to start with 404 West Park Ave. All right, we have John Ferris and
Zach Priester.
Zach Priester. If you would come up
One side or the other.
wherever you'd like, if you would just press the button so the mic turns green. You just have to press and release. There you go.
Okay.
The commission has seen this project before, multiple iterations, and there's a new property owner, and John's back to talk to y'all. So John,
Thank
Take it
you,
away.
Christy, and welcome back.
thank you.
And also I see a lot of familiar faces, this deja vu time warp sort of thing here. Does this place ever change? Okay, so, yeah, but nevertheless, thank you so much for your service. I did serve 10 years here, and I know it's tough work. Great service to the neighborhoods though, so thank you. Yes, this is the third design in 4 years. This house is in the Wilmore Historic District. It is less than 1,000 square feet. This is the second proposal I have made. The first proposal is not up here. It was denied, I believe. And then 2020, the one in the middle, the elevation in the middle was actually approved. Then the owners of that house sold the project, and Mr. Priester and his fiance, Hunter, bought the house and called me 6 months ago or so. And I was very close to saying, you know what, I was anticipating them saying, we want to make it larger. And I was like, no, but that's not what happened. They said, we actually want to reduce the size of the approved plan. And I said, okay, I'm in. That sounds like, you're going the right direction. So I went ahead and took the project, started working on it, tried to keep a lot of the program the same as it was before. And the ask here is quite simple, is I would like to have 1 foot height increase over what was approved back in 2020. And I'll explain why. We can hold the current design. If we have this foot, we can hold the current design, the one you see on the far right here, using the same roof pitches as the existing structure, and satisfy the client's needs programmatically. So I want to walk through the logic of that. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so you can see here on the left, that's the existing 1,000 square foot structure. This was the previously approved addition. And then this is where we are at right now. Okay, the next, so this is just a diagram showing, okay, the evolution in terms of site plan. Original, previously approved, and proposed now. Okay, next one. Okay, so this is the streetscape elevation. This was previously approved. Again, you see the height increase here. This is what we are asking for now. It's a little bit simpler design. And I want to talk about, we always, that roof is going away from the street. So I'll show you diagrammatically how that really breaks down the perception of this 1 foot addition. Okay, and then up here, yes, the two houses are shorter to either side of us. I don't know what's going on here. I'm hoping that was something that was built before it became a district. Please tell me that's true. But this is what we've got in terms of, this is the same as this. It's just taking all the lines and notations off. Okay, next slide. Okay, so diagrammatically, this photograph right here is taken from the center of the sidewalk on the same side. So you can see how see this line right here? Okay, that front dormer, you don't even see the ridge at this point. And that's what I'm showing diagrammatically. The sight line here, you don't even see the ridge. Okay, now when we go across the street over here, you have a little bit of the view. And now this photo, you can just barely see the ridge back beyond here, but actually this tip right here is what you're seeing in the photograph. Okay, so I'm saying that, this foot is really negligible in terms of what you will be perceiving from the street. Now, if we go to the next slide, I'll show you what happens if we don't, now I want to see that elevation, if you can pull that up. So if we go back to that previously approved height, then this pitch here is no longer equal to this pitch here. This has to come down. And there are certain points I have to have here and up here to make this a livable space. So that creates an oddity, if you will. So if we are approved, I guess I should say, to go up this additional foot with the roof pitching away from the street, we can hold these roof pitches to be exactly what they are on the original house. Now, my concern with this particular house, another thing that the reason this second floor is, I understand from both clients that there is an awesome view of uptown from the second floor, even so much that you want to get out, you get out on the rooftop sometimes and look at that view. Is that correct? Okay, so that's driving this. But what the concern with, if we can't have that foot, I mean, I can make it work like this, but that's not, we lose this window. It's just not a very attractive design. But my concern is if we don't have the foot, then we're either going to do that or we're going to nix the second floor. And then this house is a perfect candidate for demolition. So, I mean, if it's 1,000 square feet, it's simply not, it's going to have, it needs to have an addition to be livable. If we don't have that clearance to go forward, then I'm afraid it becomes a candidate for demolition. But we don't know that, but that's just kind of my feeling on it. So that's where I am, and I'd like to hear your comments.
John,
Yeah.
if you would, for the commission, what was the previous increase in height that was approved?
3.5 feet.
And you're asking for 4.5 feet?
That's correct.
Okay.
We're going, here's the 3.5 feet. Here,
Right
that's
here.
the additional foot
Okay.
that we're asking for right there.
Okay.
I think that's all I've got.
All right. Hi, Mr. Ferris. You probably don't remember me, but I joined
do
shortly
remember you,
after you were
absolutely.
leaving the commission. And I know you're probably familiar with what we've customarily done as it relates to increasing the height of the ridge line of homes. So I think it would, to be fair, I think something to consider is why would we make an exception if you were to come back with this height for this property? And it would somewhat be precedent setting in my opinion. And as one commissioner, other commissioners can give their feedback, but it just seems like we would be going down, setting a precedent and going down a path that we had not done for other applicants looking to increase, to add a second floor or
Okay,
add.
so why would I think this would warrant an exception?
Correct.
Okay, and I think I'd go back to the comments I made at the end of the presentation saying, okay, this house is under 1,000 square feet,
Mm-hmm.
okay? And this, without, I mean, first of all, the request that we are making is almost imperceptible. I mean, when you look at the angles, if you'll go back to the sight line, this angle right here and this angle right here, these are like 1.5 degrees difference, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying the amount of perception is so minimal to make this house live and go forward and be usable as it is without making that huge change that was made before. You know, we're saving all this impervious. We're making the design smaller.
And I do understand that, but the thing that is tripping me up and I'm challenged with is that there was an addition that was actually approved.
Mhm.
So there was an opportunity to increase the livable space for the property. And so without raising the ridge that much. And so that's kind of what I'm challenged, but I'm going to stop talking and see what the other commissioners would like to.
Yeah, I'll respond to what you just
Sure,
said. One last
absolutely.
statement is I think there's a trade-off there. I think 1 foot of height increase that's basically imperceptible to minimize that footprint and to save that pervious square footage. I think that's an excellent trade-off.
But
So, that would
addition,
warrant an
but the
exception.
approved addition was still within our standards. The impervious calculation was still within our
I
standards.
understand that.
Okay,
I understand that. But this owner is asking to reduce the amount of modifications that are being made to the original home. So that's, okay,
Okay.
I'd love to hear someone else.
okay, sure. Commissioners, your feedback for the applicant or the workshop applicant?
I'm sorry, did somebody else go? I had a question. You had mentioned that there were some design considerations or things that you weren't allowed to do without the extra height when you were explaining coming before the commission today earlier.
Yeah, okay, so if we go back to, yes, this one here, if we go back to, here's the extra height, which allows us to keep the roof pitches the same. Okay, if we go back to the 3'6" mark, then this pitch becomes different than that pitch. Okay, this roof has to come down. Now, right here at the break point, at this bearing point here, I only have 6 feet of elevation on the inside. So I've got to hold this to make this a livable space, okay? So the pitch of that roof has to come down, throwing it out of kilter with the existing pitches of the existing house, okay? Now, and then you get into all of a sudden stairs don't work as well. It just starts to, one ripple effect after another occurs. With 1 foot, which is basically imperceptible, I can make this happen and be in compliance with many other guidelines. And that's the argument is 1 foot of increase that is basically that's 1.5 of a degree higher when looked at from across the street. You don't even see it when you're at the closer sidewalk. But if you go across the street and it's 1.5 0.5 degrees higher. And then all of a sudden, everything falls into place. So that's what I'm asking. And
Sir, could you mentioned the stairs being impacted. Could you?
well, as you know, from a code standpoint, you've got to have 6'8" head clearance all the way up and then to the landing and so forth and so on. And I can make it work. I can make it work, but we've got to, instead of having two roof pitches that are equal and the same as what's existing, I'm going to have one that's different. I can make it work. It just makes everything a lot tighter and a lot uglier, if you will.
Okay, so we have about 1 more minute. I will say the only staff concern, I don't know if the commission shares this, is that the other height was pushed really far back, and this could be really easily disconnected from this house, you know, looking at like the massing and the height and taking it holistically. But I would ask the commission that if they have any last comments, we'll wrap it up in about a minute here and then turn it over to the next workshop item.
My biggest concern is that again, the closeness to the street, although I appreciate your giving that context of that it's very hard to discern. I think that setting the precedent for everyone else is also a concern of mine. And I'd like to understand how the heights fit not only with those two on either side, but with the context of the rest of the streetscape.
Well, if you go back to that streetscape, we've got one that's 2 houses down that's,
We can give you the streetscape. And we want to give any other commissioners
Yeah, I've got a question. Just to be clear,
Your mic.
in the approved plan, the ridge is raised anyway, right?
yes, it's
Not the main bridge.
not the main ridge, the ridge that it is back behind. If we go back here, so it's this ridge here that is 3'6" higher than this ridge here. So it is pushed back. But again, this is 2 times the addition that we're asking for.
Okay, any other commissioners? Yes.
Well, one of our primary guidelines does state that additions are supposed to be made in a way that they could be removed and the existing structure would hold its integrity. And I do think even though that second design does create more of a elongated mass, it does give us more of the ability to visualize the existing structure and then the addition as a separate kind of animal. Whereas architecturally, I totally see what you're doing, but in terms of translating that architectural design into our guidelines, I feel like the second meets our guidelines better because it's easier to show the existing structure separate from the addition. And so I would just request that you explore that from a design standpoint a little bit more.
Okay, any other commissioners? Anything else? Okay, then we've got to move on to our next applicant. John, we can talk after. We're glad to have a follow-up meeting. Garrett, you're up.
Thank you.
Come on up. Okay, so we've got 15 minutes. And again, keep it really high level. And I'd like for the commission to have a lot of chance to provide feedback on this. I think that's on. And Garrett, if you would just press, there you go. Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you, and welcome back, Christy. Madam Chair and
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you again for the opportunity to present this workshop. We're excited to discuss with you all today many of the ideas and thoughts that you had from our previous submittal, and we're excited about showing you all the changes and reductions in scale based upon the project and from our previous meeting. So with that being said, can you go to page 3? Do you want to start here, Sarah? Or you want to go to the next page?
Oh, we can start
Okay.
here. So within this new design, I know most all of you have seen what we presented prior, which will show the comparisons between the two in the next slide. So kind of went back to the contextual precedents, and on the left side, or I guess it's on your right side, we have the 360-degree context. And then on the other side, we have the neighborhood context. So those houses are a little bit farther away. But we've kind of tried to strip it down with the detailing from the original project. We have the main gable and kind of that asymmetrical portico that presents itself. It's quite prevalent throughout Dilworth. And we also took out a lot of the swoopy roofs, which you'll see in the next slides, but we took out a lot of the swoopy roofs and expressed that kind of one-story bay to the side that is also prevalent throughout the neighborhood. We also took kind of details from, the smaller Magnolia Avenue that this is on the corner of, and with the rafter tails, and tried to make the chimney a little bit more contextual with the surrounding projects. So we kind of just took a step back and looked at this from the neighborhood and tried to simplify it a lot from where it was originally at. And if we can go to the next slide. This is the kind of project introduction, which you'll see all of these images. So I might just have you keep going so we can kind of see the differences since we don't have a whole lot of time. But this is your front elevation comparison. So we reduced the house from the original proposal by 435 square feet, and the footprint square footage reduced by 465 square feet. Our width got about 4 inches shorter, but we reduced the depth by 12 feet. So you'll see that significant change on the Magnolia elevation. And our height also decreased by 7 inches. So now we're about 2 inches above where the existing house is currently standing. And that ridge on the left side is now in line with the neighboring home. Which
Ridge line right now, I'm sorry. It's this ridge line right now, but it's aligned with the neighboring home as well.
And then on the next slide, this is your Magnolia Avenue facade. So this is our secondary facade since we are on a corner lot. And as you can see, the detailing significantly decreased with the swoopy roofs, and we took off the brackets. We also added a side entry to kind of accentuate this as more of a secondary frontage since it is on that so close to Magnolia Avenue.
Which is part of your 6.7 standard orientation. So I think that was a comment that one of the commissioners had. So we did go back as a secondary and did add that kind of entrance piece off to the left-hand side, which is also closest to Dilworth Road West.
Right.
So, yeah.
No, you're good. So you'll see again, like that total width or the total depth on that street reduced by 12 feet, and then like your street facade. So what's actually like on Magnolia Avenue, reduced by 6 foot 7 inches. So we got a big chunk out of it. On the left elevation comparison, this is the elevation that has the neighboring house next to it. So you won't actually experience this elevation from the street, but this elevation also reduced by 12 feet. And you'll see kind of like the height differences too from the two applications. It reduced by 7 inches, and then that secondary ridge reduced by 1 foot 9 inches.
Could you go back 2 more slides? I just want to now just briefly explain to you some of the.
Can you take the microphone with you? Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Can we go back one more, Christy, please? Yeah, thank you very much. So what we wanted to really demonstrate here is, not only do we get 435 square feet, which most of the architects and designers and real estate, that's a pretty big, substantial chunk coming out of the overall square footage of the home. Some of the other things that we did from the comments and recommendations from the commission was, we eliminated all the radius roofs and we went with the exposed rafter tails, which is prevalent throughout the neighborhood. We added that entry portico nestled up on the left-hand side. So that was a big change. We got rid of the Dutch hip on the front to simplify that and did a much simpler design on the prominent fireplace, which again is another design feature within the neighborhood. And then again, on the right-hand side, we went to a single-story bay to kind of create that layering to start responding to the neighboring homes, which was another comment. And from the previous one, also eliminated the large swooping radius roofs. And then we also kind of simplified the stair bay on the left-hand side that addresses the neighbor to the left. So in a nutshell, again, we took out 435 square feet. We took 465 square feet out of the footprint square foot on the lot and reduced it significantly. With that being said, I know we only have about 10 minutes. I'd love to
Okay.
open up any comments, concerns, and discussions with the commission.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we're gonna stop right at 1, so 7 minutes. You can do it.
Hi, thank you for bringing this back to us. I really appreciate the simplicity of simplifying the complexity of the form, and I definitely think that it's moving in the right direction. I would like to hear what everybody else has to say, but my question, I think a lot of the questions were around the comparisons to the houses around you. Do you have the Zotwell comparisons?
Yes.
Okay.
We have all of that in like the official submission.
Okay.
Just, with the workshop and having only a short bit of time.
Okay.
We kind of omitted that from this, so we could see how much it changed, but we have it on paper, but.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just asking because I felt like that was kind of a pushing point where everybody was, but I do feel like it's going in the right direction, and I think that it is engaging much better with the other houses in the vicinity of the 360 for sure, and obviously the whole neighborhood. So,
Thank you.
Christy, can you go back one more slide? Nope, one more, sorry. That one.
Commissioners,
Yeah, the one with the
other
pictures.
comments, commissioners?
You want this
Yeah,
one?
thank you.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Barr?
I agree as well. I mean, this is a step in the right direction. I think, some things I still struggle with. There are some of that Dutch hip roof forms there. I'd like to see, more examples of that. And what kind of I struggle with overall with the design is just, there's a lot of different styles going on in every elevation. Like we still have the radius shed roofs. I appreciate what you've done with the front. That's simplified a lot, which helps me. Holistically, I think there's just a lot going on with, the Dutch hip, the swoops, the gables. I'd like to see that tone back just a little more. I think this is getting really close. This is much better. And then speaking to some of the comments we had earlier about the massing and the scale related to the 360. I think, we don't have any evidence of how that's changed. We see that it's come back. I think you said 12 feet with the overall length. I'd like to see just, massing wise, how that relates to the rest of the community. So when you're preparing your documents for the actual submittal, really go into that and make sure that we can fully understand how this structure relates both in massing and scale, setback, just all these holistic ideas that we look at with the other historic structures around it. So, again,
Just to address that, Commissioner Barth, what we did going forward is we actually listed your standard. We mentioned out the standard and then we have a response. So our presentation is going to be a lot different than our previous one. So hopefully we'll be able to spell that out for all of you commissioners to make it a little bit
Sure.
easier. And all those elements that you just discussed and Commissioner Wojcik just mentioned, we will have that spelled out
Okay.
directly in our next.
Yeah,
meeting.
and what you're doing with the comparison elevations, I think is fantastic. That's exactly how we want to see it. But yeah, again, I would caution you, like I said, you're a step in the right direction. I would just want to see a little bit more of that, just because, look at the other examples that you presented. They're very simple. There's you know, the entrance is highlighted, but the overall, you know, volume of the building is fairly simple with maybe an appendage on the side or, you know, here and there and or a dormer that's somewhat articulated. Whereas we have like, you know, 5 to 10 instances on this project. So the roof form is very, it's not as complex, but it's still pretty complex compared to the historic example. So take that maybe a smidge further. I think, you
Sounds
know,
great.
it's looking better.
Okay, thank you.
Other commissioners, anything different to add? I think Commissioner Barth gave a very good account of the direction to go in.
Absolutely.
All right. Oh, Commissioner Lineberger?
I'll go ahead and add. So when I, definitely Chris Barth said everything that you spoke for me. Thank you, Commissioner Barth. The front elevation, where you list the calculations for the previous and then the calculations for the new one. When you go down that list and you compare, because we spoke a lot about the width, the height, the length, and the whole scale and the overall massing, those do not vary significantly from each other. So, you know, I hear you on the square footage and I see it on the length for sure. But, you know, you look at maximum width prior, it was 54 feet. Maximum width now is 53 feet, 8 inches. It's a 4-inch change. The height changes from 31 feet, 11 inches to 31 feet, 4 inches. It's only 7 inches. So I'm not sure that those are significant enough. So I just, when we look at that, I just don't know that this will change when we compare it significantly enough when we compare it to the surrounding homes.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Lineberger. I think that was really important feedback. All right.
We're under.
I think that was it. Thank you so much. I really have to say thank you for pointing that out.
Okay.
All right.
The attorneys have asked for a 5-minute recess, so we'll take a little break and come back at 1:05. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speedy McGee.
Speedy McGee.
Hey, I know.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Okay, everybody, we are back. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right things here. All right. There we go. So over to you, Madam Chair.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the November 13th, 2024 meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:14 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Brett Taylor, Sean Sullivan, Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christina Harps, Candace Lighty, Marilyn Draft, Jen Baer, Elizabeth Lammy, JT Fawcett, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you're in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question.
If everyone in the audience would please do so. Thank you.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Do we have, has anyone reviewed or considered the September meeting minutes? I don't believe those were adopted last month. Oh, it seems like a no. Okay. Next month, we'll have September, October, and November. Okay?
We'll make some assignments.
Yeah,
Does
yeah,
anybody
that
want to
sounds good.
volunteer for September, October, and November?
I'll do November.
Kim will do November.
Okay.
Cameron will do, and we've got it covered.
Great.
I think it's all together, right?
Well, it'll be all together. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Cameron, Kim, and Sean. Okay, so we are going to move into consent agenda. The first application is 2306 Charlotte Drive. It's under new ownership. I believe we have some unknown callers, and I have Skylar. Did I say it right? Skylar Howe is the applicant. Do we have, is the applicant in the room? Anybody? No? Okay. Not sure if the applicant's online either. It won't matter unless this gets taken off the agenda, so I'm going to keep going. The application is a straightforward reaffirmation. This project was approved with conditions in April of 2022. A COA was issued, but permits weren't pulled. And the applicant is requesting the reaffirmation with no changes. The property has sold and it's a new property owner that owns it. So staff is recommending just the reaffirmation with window and door specifications and permit-ready construction drawings.
All right. Commissioners, any one of you would like to take this off of the, have any issues with this application being on the consent agenda?
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to just make sure that none of the unknown or callers are wanting to speak on this.
Okay.
If you have called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, this is application number 2603 Charlotte Drive. Okay. No news is good news.
All right. Commissioners, do we have a motion? Commissioner Kern?
Yes, I move to approve the application because the project is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for historic rehab on page 2.5, with the conditions that they provide staff permit-ready drawings and specifications for doors and windows to meet HDC standards.
And was that chapter 6?
If you could, yeah, thank you. No, sorry, no. Could you also add chapter 6?
And also chapter 6.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Kern, seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 8-0? 9-0. Ugh, sorry.
It'll change again when Shauna comes. Yeah. Okay, the next application is also a reaffirmation. This is 1730 Thomas Avenue. I believe the applicants are online. And once it loads.
Christy, is this a reaffirmation or a new did we
It's a reaffirmation, but the project has been modified and the project is much smaller. So it's kind of a joint reaffirmation, some new pieces. I will walk you through everything. The reaffirmation is to the historic accessory building. And this project was approved in oh, there it is. In 2000 and reaffirmed in 2022, the property changed ownership. Originally, the historic accessory building included 2 additions. One to the front that would make usable space. Here, I'll show you on slide 10. So there was an addition originally proposed here and then a larger addition this way. This larger addition has been deleted from the project, and they're now simply asking for just the expansion of the existing historic garage to make it usable so you can actually park cars in there. The commission reviewed that in depth a couple of times. Let's see here, let me go back to the list. And so that's all what's listed under number 1 is the reaffirmation of the changes to the accessory building. The new work to the accessory building is instead of the addition that faces the house, they wanted to put in a man door to access on the right elevation that will face the main house. And that is on slide, let me go to the plans here. You can see it on slide 20. They want to add this door. And then there are changes to the main house that staff can't approve just due to visibility of it being on a corner lot. And the changes to the main house, on the rear elevation, there are 2 window openings filled with glass block. And they want to change that one of them to a single entrance door. On the left elevation, there's an existing sliding door. They want to change the sliding door to a French door. And the design will match the windows on the house. The last 2 things, the window restoration, it's a true restoration, which staff can approve. And then the swimming pool, staff can also approve. But I did provide in the memo that rear yard permeability is 55% even after the swimming pool. So let's see, slides. There are some 3D renderings on slide 17 to show this is where that front addition will happen, right about here. There's the new man door. Facing the house. This is, so the sliding glass door is this landing. It's right here behind the fence. They want to change that to a French door right here on the main house. And then the other change, you can see right there. And then the other change is to the glass block window. They want to change one of them to an entry door to access the rear yard directly. Okay.
All right.
Any questions? Over to you.
All right,
Chair.
commissioners, any concern with this application remaining on the consent agenda?
I have a question. The pool paver material. Christie or Candace or whoever, is this a material that we would approve or you guys would be able to approve on a staff level? Or is this something that we see or have seen in the district?
I have not reviewed the pool because it's staff approvable. We usually review staff approvable items after the commission blesses the project before we issue the COA. So I can't speak to what they've requested for the material. It looks like it's a Tennessee marble and some other tile. Typically with pools, we are a little more liberal. However, the requirements that the design standards state is that any areas of hardscape need to correspond with the main house. I need to complement the main house. So if there's specific direction you want to give staff, we're glad to take it. Yeah.
My only concern is just the pool paver. Everything else on this seems fine. So with that, I don't know that we'd turn this into full
You
commission.
just add that as a condition of approval.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we're okay with this staying on the consent agenda? Sounds
Yes.
like. All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll try it.
You got you.
So I move to approve the application as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for construction of residential buildings, chapter 6, and private sites, chapter 8.2 and 8.10, with the conditions that cedar shake is applied individually instead of panels. Secondly, that the applicant work with his staff on the details of the swimming pool, especially to ensure the pavers are consistent with the main structure and the context of the neighborhood. Third, that any non-compliant landscape timbering should be removed and replaced with compliant material. Again, working with staff on those details.
Chris, is there anything else you'd like to give direction wise for pool materials?
I think the paver material as presented doesn't comply with the neighborhood.
Okay.
Or the district rather. And I just request that, the applicant come up with a more compliant
Like a more
Alternative.
simple travertine.
travertine or brick or,
Okay.
Something more in keeping with the neighborhood.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful.
All right. You accept that amendment? All right. Motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a question. Did we say 8.10 for accessory structures? Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm, Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve passes 9-0.
Okay, thank you. The next application is also on the consent agenda. This is in Wesley Heights. You recently reviewed an addition at this address. It's 1411 to 1413 West 4th Street. And the request is for an accessory dwelling unit. It's the visibility of this that is bringing this to consent agenda, even though it's an interior lot. It's right up against a parking lot of, here, I can show you on the plans. Right here. So this is the church, and then there's a parking lot and an alley. So this is a really visible lot. And staff was not able to approve the accessory structure until the commission approved the addition. So with all of those details, this is being presented to the commission as a consent item. It is a simple 1.5 story accessory structure. It is cited, let's see here, on slide 10 is the existing site plan. It's a bit of a unique lot. It kind of has a little bit of a bump out to the left side. And it is being sited in the far back corner, as far off the alley as possible. There will be a little bit, visible behind the house. And then there is also tree protection noted here. Drawings are on slide 12. There are some noted staff comments about eaves and windows and doors. And that's it.
All right. Commissioners, any concern with this application remaining on the consent agenda? All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right.
I move to approve this application. The proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in chapter 3 of design standards. Secretary of the Interior standards for historic rehabilitation. And City of Charlotte design standards for new construction for residential buildings, chapter 6. Sorry. For residential buildings, chapter 6, and accessory buildings, 8.10. We recommend the project meets the standards, and this can stand the consent agenda item with the following conditions: that permit-ready construction drawings be submitted to staff for final review. That applicant provides at least a 3-course brick foundation, and to work with staff on that. To provide roof trim and gable ends returns that match the principal structure. To provide window and door specifications that meet HDC requirements. And to ensure that all windows have a 6/6 Muntin pattern matching original windows on the principal structure.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by?
Second.
Oh, you got it.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion? Right, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm? Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Great, thanks. That concludes our consent agenda. We are now moving on to items continued from the October meeting. The first one being 1838 Merriman Avenue. David and Daniel. Nope. Oh, hi, Dan. It looks like they are online. So Marilyn, will you make sure they can hear us? Hi, Daniel. It looks like Daniel is still muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, there you go. Yep. Hi, Daniel.
Hey, everybody.
Is David there too, or is it just you?
It's just myself.
Okay, that's great. Not just you. Welcome. Have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
Okay, we'll do that first. And anyone else that's joined us either online or in the room, please be sworn in at this time.
All right. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do" to the following. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
And Daniel, if you don't mind turning on your camera for us.
And it looks like the property owner's here too, Mark. Hi, Mark. Okay. This application was continued from the October 9th meeting because the building was 11 feet too wide and not secondary to the main house. So the applicant has done some creative redesign with reorienting the ADU in the lot. So it's no longer wider than the house. And I have that shown on slide 12. There it is. On slide 9, you can see it's been reoriented to for the entrance to be on the left side now. And I think that's the main change. Daniel, I'm going to turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yes, this is Daniel Paring, representing for 1838 Merriman Avenue ADU. Yes, so we addressed the comments by reorienting the ADU so it's completely hidden behind the main house. And we address the material concerns so it's all wood siding throughout. And I believe those were the two major items, and they have been addressed.
Great. Okay. All right.
All right.
Mark, did you want to say anything as the property owner?
No, I think we should be good to go.
Okay.
All right. Anybody to speak for or against this application?
I don't have anyone. If you've called in, we are on application number 4, 1838 Merriman Avenue. Feel free to speak at this time.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? It's quite creative.
Daniel, as Chairperson Hawkins pointed out, I think you found a loophole. Can you tell me what the square footage of the historic main house pre-addition was and the square footage of the accessory structure, please?
The prior to the addition, I don't have that off the top of my head. It's, I believe it was 1,200 square feet.
Okay. And the ADU, if you have, or maybe on the sheet, so I apologize.
Yeah, so the ADU will be 750, and those calcs fall within the it's the existing square footages plus the addition. So it'd be contingent upon the addition being built, which was passed last month.
Gotcha. Okay. And Christy, tell me how you would like us to handle this, but I do have some concern about the windows, particularly as it responds to 8.10 number 3 being compatible with the existing structure. I think the style of windows is similar, but I don't, is that something that we can comment on, or are we only looking at reasons for continuance?
I don't believe that windows were discussed last time at all. I think you focused on the big issues, right? We focused not on the details. So I'm fine with it.
Okay.
And the only thing I'd say about them is that they match the addition on the house instead of the main house.
Yes, they're planned on that.
Gotcha. Yeah. So Daniel, my point in bringing this up is the light proportions seem just a little bit out of keeping with the main structure of the house. And, again, don't know if it's a deal breaker for me. Obviously we'll go to some of the other commissioners. Additionally, like some of the what appear to be transom windows seem a little narrow. But again, not a deal breaker. But I'd like to ask you, would you be open to potentially looking at, adding a number of lights to making those more in proportion of what we would typically see?
We'd be open to it. The reason being is those are located in the bathroom and in the bedroom. And we wanted to just maintain privacy in both those rooms, being that it's in the backyard of the main house. But if they are a deal breaker, I think the client would be open to making those slightly larger to be more proportional. And it looks like Mark had his hand raised too.
Mark, did you want to comment?
Might want to I don't know if he might be locked.
I think
His
he's
mute might be
locked, yeah.
locked. Yeah.
And Mark, once you come off mute, if you could turn your camera on for us.
I just want everyone to keep in mind that the accessory unit is a few feet below the main house and it's really not visible from the street. But
Thank you for pointing that out. Just asking questions here. And then Daniel, so it appears on the entry porch, as you kind of slide into this ADU, there's like an angled beam, or the structure sort of tapers back to the front corner. Can you just talk through that a little bit and help us understand what's going on there?
Yeah, that's in the ceiling kind of entry, just like guiding the user experience into the entry doorway.
Christy, if
So
you could
the
slide.
so it's only in the reflected ceiling plan. It's
Or
not in
or-
either the roof.
4.
Yes. You can see it
There's
here.
no
on the-
angles on the roof or the kind of overall plan.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant?
Can you, I guess I'm just missing a bit. Where is the masonry screen wall?
That's on the interior. So if you go to the floor plan on the interior, there's a screen wall between the living room space and the main entry door.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
All right. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? And I do see that Mark still has his hand raised. Did he have a comment? Okay, all right. Other questions for the applicant? Sure, go ahead.
Well, I think Commissioner Barth was referring to the light pattern, not necessarily the window pattern, when he was asking you about modifying the transom. I want to see if that was correct, because I was thinking there might be a disconnect on that. Is that right, Commissioner
I
Barth?
was speaking to the window size.
Oh, the window size. Okay.
As well as some of the light proportions, for example, on the sliding doors on the right elevation and the double hung windows overall.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Other questions, commissioners, for the applicant? All right, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Commissioner Barth, if you wouldn't mind, kind of guiding us through what your thoughts were there with the questions, and if the answers provided by the applicant were helpful. Or
I don't think it's a huge deal. As the homeowner has stated, this isn't viewed from the, you don't really see this from the street. However, per our guidelines, where we do like to relate accessory structures back to the historic primary structure, I would like to see the window light patterns as well as some of the transom sizes that we typically request when referencing transoms, that it be more in tune of what we do accept. Staff is shaking their head, so I would imagine that they agree. So like if we're looking at this slide here, the sliding doors, the light proportions are a little narrow, and this may be a graphic thing too. I mean, there's not much shown, as well as the sash dimension for those panels, so that may change with maybe a more accurate drawing depending on the window specs and door specs. And then the transoms seem a little short. So and squatty, I know we don't typically, this to me is what do you guys call them?
We usually do like an upper sash.
Exactly, yeah. And this to me is like, the typical builder spec transom windows that you see on different houses. So anyway, I'd like to either see that being, a full-size window over a different part of over a different part of, say, if it's the bathroom, as the applicant says, a full-size window or a more appropriately proportioned transom window there. But I mean, I'd feel comfortable pushing that to staff. I mean, I feel like those are pretty minimal things, especially given the visibility of this structure.
Okay. Other thoughts, commissioners? I think the things that are highlighted in the staff analysis certainly are ones we want to make sure the applicant addresses with staff. Anything in addition to those? No. Okay, well, considering the feedback that we received thus far and the guidance that we've gotten from the staff analysis, which I believe we agree with, do we have a motion?
I guess I can do one. Do you want me to? Something else that just came to me, and again, this could be a graphics thing, but Chris, if you go back to the elevations, they appear to be picture frame in elevation, but when you go to the detail drawing, the windows appear to be picture frame, excuse me. But when you go to the detail drawing, there is an obvious sill there with the apron. I think we just want the applicant to confirm that in their permit ready drawings with staff, and I'd feel comfortable doing that. So.
Before you make a motion, the applicant does have their hand up.
Okay.
How do you feel about reopening to?
Yeah, we can do
Okay.
that. Let's reopen.
Mark, did you have anything you wanted to add or ask?
No, I was just pleased that Commissioner said this could be referred to staff.
Okay, great.
He was raising the.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. We love to work with applicants as well when they're open to different things. So thank you. With that, I'd like to make a motion.
Reclose.
Oh, we are now closed.
Thank you.
Yes, would like to make a motion to approve this project as presented with the following conditions. That the applicant work with staff on providing the following, updating rear yard permeability calculations that include the driveway and any other impermeable surfaces and structures, to provide window and door trim that is appropriate in our districts and should not be picture framed, and to work out with staff on detailing that. Brick foundation to work with staff as well. Provide door and window and skylight specifications that meet each HDC requirements. In addition to that comment, I'd like to point out that we would only be approving curbless skylights in this instance.
With your windows, do you, and the proportions, would you like them to match the 6/6 windows that are on the historic house? Is that the direction?
I don't think that's necessary. I was gonna get.
Oh, sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry.
fine. I guess I could put that with the window. Well, okay, so compounding on point number 4, would ask that the applicant work with staff on appropriately sized windows, particularly with the transom windows in the bathrooms, as well as light proportions overall and light divisions, that they'd be more vertically oriented referencing that they be more in keeping with the historic design of the primary structure. Number 5 would ask that the applicant provide more information about rear yard trees and include a tree protection plan. And I'll reference sections 6.5, 6.15 and 1.6 for doors and windows. Section 8 for private sites. And
Is that 8.1
yes,
Okay,
8.10. Thank you, Christy.
And 8.5 for the tree protection plan.
And 8.5 for tree protection.
And 6.12 is foundations.
6.12 foundations. Thank you.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by?
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion?
Direction. Vertically oriented lights, you're okay with the 4/4 windows? Or, oh, I see shaking heads. So can you just give staff a little more direction? Because we really lean on that with conversations with.
Well, you mentioned the addition had these 4/4s.
They do. And there are 4/4s. There's on the left elevation, I believe there's a exterior chimney that have 4/4 windows flanking the chimney on the historic house. And that was the inspiration for the windows on the addition.
On the historic house, there are 4/4. I'm fine with it just as long as the
They match.
proportions match. Yes.
The historic
Yes.
4/4. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicants are in the room. Come on up, Tim. You too. You were sworn in just now, right? Okay, great. The next application is also continued from the October meeting. This is 927 East Boulevard. And it's for an addition. The reasons for continuance are outlined on page 1 of the memo, including context, spacing, massing, roof forms, setbacks, and height and width and scale. There's also trees, site appurtenances, sidewalks, and parking. And then the commission noted they didn't get into the details. So location map, corner of East Boulevard and Dilworth Road West, and the addition will go to the front, this left side, and they're also filling in the U shape on the back. So with that, I start out on slide 6. Is that showing the trees?
Yeah,
Uh,
5 and
and
6.
Tim, if you could state your name and your address.
Excuse
for the
me.
reporter.
Is it okay for Commissioner Bell to join us since we haven't started hearing the case?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know if I need the microphone, but yes, it's early enough in the application discussion that, yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. Welcome, Commissioner Bell. Hi.
That would be 157 for the record.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay,
Very good.
okay, great.
Yeah.
So now if you would state your name and your address for the court
Yeah.
reporter, please.
My name is Tim Finan, and it's 1950 Abbott Street, 28203. So, yeah, I think slide 6 probably shows it. Also slide 5, we were requested to show all the existing trees and, sorry, do I have the wrong? Yeah, sorry, one back. So slide 6 and 7. You can see the existing trees and the ones that we're removing and also the ones that we're adding back. I think we were requested to add those. We put the calipers on at the sizes of each tree. So you can kind of see that. And then, let's see here, on slide 8, if you move to that, we have added this sheet that shows all the surrounding properties in the setbacks from off of East Boulevard and also on Dilworth Road West as well. You can see that our property is actually 22 feet, so we're actually less than most of them. So we're not as close up and we're not as far away. So we're kind of in the middle compared to the rest of the properties in the adjacent areas of the similar properties. And then on slide 12, last time we were asked to change the front to make it look more like the back or vice versa. The back look more like the front. So as you can see in this one, this is the front elevation facing East Boulevard. We added the canopy piece which is kind of right above the door. We added double doors there as well, kind of make it a little more inviting, make it kind of feel more like the front entry. And then vice versa on the rear, slide 15, I believe. I got my numbers off. There we go.
Slide 14.
14, sorry. You can see the top one that had the canopy before. We removed that canopy, removed the lights so that it doesn't look like the front of the building anymore. Now kind of looks more downplayed. It has a recessed entry, so it kind of feels more like the rear of the building. So we also, if you notice here too, I can kind of show you here. It was a slight bump before at the very top, and we lowered that just to be all flat across there, so that now it's even with the sides as well. So that kind of helped downplay the rear part of the property. And then slide, I guess the next 2 slides, side elevations didn't change too much, just the rear. You can see the rear was lowered. So not too many changes there on the 2 side elevations. And then slides with, I guess they'd be 15 and 16. These are the colored elevations. They just correspond to what the changes we made. And then we were able to quickly, on the next slides, get to 3D renderings, which was nice to be able to see. So you can really get an idea now of what the building looks like. So for clarity here, the top one, we removed the street trees just so you could see the building, because as you can see in the bottom one, there's a lot of street trees. So it really covers up the building. So we pulled those off just so you could actually see the building. But you can see with the one at the top, we've added additional trees to have another layer again of trees between there and the space, similar to what's there now. So we're removing some of the trees, adding the addition, plenty more trees back in, but all the street trees along East Boulevard and along Dilworth Roads all remain. None of those are removed. So all the street trees stay, which are the larger mature trees as well. So you can also see, this is the other view kind of from the corner of East and Dilworth Road West. Same thing above, we've pulled the trees off just so you can see the building. You can kind of see the patio area, the entry to the main part of the building. There could be some opportunities for tenants there to have places to sit out there and have lunch, depending on what they want to do there. But it really kind of helps you see what we're doing. So, which was nice. So, and then I guess we updated slide 24, the details. I think we didn't really get into the details last time, but just to give you a quick, this was just showing the 2 details. You can see now, this is the front. You can see the canopy with the tiebacks, the lights that we had on each side. The rear is much more downplayed. There's a little accent band to kind of pay homage to some of the other metal that's on the building that's above that kind of recessed entry. That's not a canopy. That's just a flushed accent band there. And then the remaining details, I think, which was in the previous slide, those weren't reviewed yet, but we're basically keeping a lot of the details we had previously, and we're adding bigger windows like we talked about before. So you can see some of the same detailing on the previous structure that we're using here. So, soldier courses, the kind of angled window sill detail that was on the original building and is remaining from some of the original building. And some of the other details with the brick roll-lock sill, things like that. So nothing too crazy. We didn't add a lot of extra detail other than what we previously had on other submittal. So that's pretty much it. So.
Okay. It looks like the other folks online, Kevin and Alex, are you calling in to talk about 927 East Boulevard?
Okay.
Marilyn, we can put Alex back on mute. Okay. Over to you, Madam Chair.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I have a couple
Commissioner?
questions.
Yep.
Can you describe and explain the window selection here with the specifically the butt glass and the size of the windows?
Yeah, so the original building had these kind of lower windows, as you can see here. So what we're doing is to try to keep the similar look that we had, because we like some of the detailing they did on the building, is we're increasing those windows up. We're just increasing the header height. So
So the
we,
sill's at the same height, it's just the header height?
correct. Yeah, we're just increasing the header height up to make it kind of a more normal size window, which looks more proportional on the building. And in doing that, we kind of kept the same kind of glass window we had there, but we thought it would be nice to add kind of a glazed detail there. It does have like a little, typically has a little mullion behind it that kind of holds that butt glazing in. We did the same detail on the, wasn't a historic property, but it's also over at 1204 Central Avenue, kind of over in Plaza Midwood area. It's a very, if you look at some of our, yeah, that one right there. So this building right here, it's the Nichols building. I don't know if you guys ever been here, but it has the similar kind of, breakup of those windows. You can kind of see the little division. Yeah. It adds kind of like a nice little line to the window. So instead of just having big pieces of glass in there, so it breaks it up a little bit. So.
And that's slide 20 with the 1204 Central and slide 23 with the window details.
Correct. Yeah.
All right.
Overall, I think it's less Stalag 13 looking and coming along.
A little less ominous than the current one. Yeah. Yeah. It's an interesting current building, but it has some good characteristics. We're trying to keep, just pay some homage to the old one, but definitely a nice change for the neighborhood.
All right. Other questions for the applicant?
And I've mentioned this on other applications before, but you do have some architectural lighting on multiple facades. And I've made this comment before. Typically, we'd want building lighting being focused towards entrances and exits, and then lighting for safety and visibility to be placed, used as site lighting and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Would you be open to perhaps, gearing more towards that direction and removing some of the art? Well, I would assume our architectural lighting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we do have a couple more, like a couple on either side there. So those could definitely, they're not necessary. I think it was probably got happy clicking on the computer.
Copy paste.
Can I interrupt and ask a question along that line?
Yeah.
There's no parking lot lighting shown here. This is gonna have to go to zoning. Assumedly, there's gonna have to be parking lot lighting. Does this come back to us after that? How does that work?
We have not previously reviewed parking lot lighting because the only part of parking lots we review is the screening from the pedestrian realm. So we dip our toe into parking lots just with the screening. Otherwise, we defer to the parking lot requirements of the city.
Okay.
We can talk about changing that if you want to.
It's a halfway answer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm equally as confused, but that's fine.
Well, we don't review parking lot lighting, basically. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Does that make it easier?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
No, you're good. That's a great question. Yeah.
Yeah, so in going back to lighting, I think what we don't have a spec for those sconces. They look like up down lights. I think our general practice is to, or maybe it's been an unspoken thing, is to go to more of a dark sky sort of thing without any uplighting. So that, that might be something that we have you guys work with staff. I know there's a selection process that has to take place still too, so.
Yeah, and typically we've been kind of staying away from the uplights, in Charlotte, definitely. So
Okay.
in general, zoning's been kind of against them, so.
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay,
So typically there's just mostly down lights.
thanks.
Other questions for the applicant, commissioners?
I don't know if this is necessarily a question, but could we go to slide, I think it's 8, that shows the neighborhood context? I think that's the one. And the setback. Does the setback along the subject building align with the building across Dilworth Road? It looks like it might be close.
It's very close to this road, the East Boulevard actually kind of jogs out a little bit. And if you look at 10,009 there, that one's actually further out by a lot, like almost half its building, which is the Holland Chandler building we did a little while ago. But yeah, it's not the one. It sticks way out. If you kind of probably see in some of the context photos too.
I was just curious if you were if there had been a conscious effort to align with the 1001.
Well,
It just kind of worked out that way.
yeah, our zoning setback is 20 feet, so we just kind of backed off that a little bit. Just didn't want to come right up to it.
What's the
So-
current, or the design setback?
The design setback,
With the addition of,
it's 22 feet.
20
Yeah,
feet.
yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah. You'll see too, like 901 here, it's 22 or 21, I can't see that, but it's definitely, kind of in the same range. Some of the other ones are further back. Yeah, it kind of just goes in and out. So we didn't push the limit by any means, but we didn't push it way back. It was already kind of like 45 feet back before, but our client wants to get a little more space, so it's fine. Made sense.
Commissioner Wojcik? I think you covered part of this when you were talking about the landscape plan, but sidewalks and parking, what's on the site plan provided us the additional information that we were requesting, right? In terms of screening for the dumpsters and that sort.
Yes, so the current dumpster that's there, we're actually not touching it. It's just gonna be the same one that's there. It has like a nice wood gate on it
It
and a
does.
brick enclosure around it. So we're not actually doing anything with it because it's still gonna serve this building, with enough capacity. I think part of the question was adding additional screening here along the, to kind of screen the parking. So a car parked here. It actually right now has a huge hedge right here. So I think we are proposing to kind of supplement that and kind of weed out what needs to be kind of, cleaned out. So it's older, but it's definitely going to have those two kind of screening areas there.
Is that the only entrance into the parking lot or is there one on the side road
There's
as well?
one on the side over here. We didn't do anything with that. There's a little bit of a slope there.
Okay.
And there's a strange tree condition there, which we are not removing. That poor tree is kind of an island of asphalt, and we're going to have an arborist just check it because we don't feel like it's doing very well because it's essentially like the trunk is surrounded by asphalt and it splits the driveway, which is super weird. So like you pull out and you're like, there's a tree right next to you. So it's a little bit of a hazard. But for right now, we're going to keep it, we're not going to get rid of that tree because it's a street tree. So, but we are going to kind of watch it and see if it does need to be, replaced. And I would say if we end up doing something like that, we would probably want to plant it maybe up one just to get it out of the driveway. So it's not, the new one if we end up doing that. But that's not part of this. We're keeping that one.
Okay. And you have to go through the forestry, urban
We do.
forestry to
It's a
deal with
street
that
tree.
too, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a street tree. So we still have to go through City of Charlotte.
And then what about the HVAC and backflow preventers and all that kind of fun stuff?
Yeah.
Is the HVAC going on the roof or is that?
All on the roof.
Okay.
So yeah, everything's on the roof. I think I noted, there, the second note there in the,
In the building?
right there in the parking lot right there.
Oh, gotcha.
But yeah, it's all on the roof. So
Okay.
you won't see any of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Mr. Taylor?
Yeah.
so the buffer planting's real heavy. I think it's labeled as a wall on the left-hand property line down that. Is that correct? Is there a wall there? Is there going to be?
There
a wall?
is. There's an existing brick wall there.
There is.
Yeah,
It's
like
just
a really
various
nice-
plants right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Right now, there's a bunch of like kind of trash stuff, like kind of trees that have grown up over, or not trees, but bushes that have grown up over time.
Right.
But all that would be kind of cleaned up because it's kind of, there's a huge kind of buffer area there, but there's not a lot in it. It's just like grass and kind of older bushes.
Right.
But they, the city of Charlotte may have us come back and put more of a planting strip there, but we'll go through that with
Right.
them. So.
All right. Other questions for the applicant? All right, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Commissioners, since this was continued from the October meeting, we do know why it was continued, and it looks like most of those items were addressed. So if you want to, we can just go down the list and go from there. I think the big ones, Secretary of Interior standards, context, numbers 1 through 5, setbacks, spacing, massing and complexity of form, roof forms, height and width, and scale. And then we kind of detailed, we have some sub bullets there. Do we feel like all of those items have been addressed? We have the setback and spacing drawings there, or kind of survey of the street and the surrounding area to show the height and width within the context of that intersection, so to speak, or the streetscape. Did we get is that well surveys? We did. The rear elevation, well, that was addressed. We saw that.
Really well.
Yeah,
D, I think, are done.
yeah. And then you said what now?
C and D, I think, are checked.
Check. Yep. Not A and B, in your opinion?
I think, yes, there's information on it.
Mhm.
The setback, it's, I don't know if it's arguable or not, but can you go to the slide of the setbacks? So everybody here, I'm sure knows that East Boulevard, just like they're all over the place. Now, the true older buildings are set back. The newer, more contemporary buildings are all set forward. So what do you follow here? So yes, the setback is shown, it's clear where it is. It's check that box, whether it's, the building to the left is a old historic home. The next building to the left is a newer 1980s, 90s building. The one to the right is a house that's been cobbled together, and then you have a newer building to the right of that. So it all over the place on East Boulevard.
It is interesting, Commissioner Taylor, because it does undulate. It's also interesting to note that the corner parcels seem to be a little closer to the edge. And so if we're looking at that and, if we're looking at that, then it seems, as one commissioner, to be in keeping with the context that way.
Other commissioners, your thoughts?
I think that the undulation that you see allows it to be contextually, to have context. Because it's not just one or the other. There's kind of a flow and a balance. And even though the setback varies for the subject property. If you look at its actual relationship, it's in line with the house across or the structure across the street. So as you perceive it, the kind of natural city property is substantially bigger in front of the subject property as well. So as you are perceiving the street, as you drive past it, down it, or walk it, it's going to feel very consistent, even though the setback is actually a little bit smaller. So I don't think that it feels obtrusive at all.
Okay. Okay.
I think there's enough separation between the adjoining or adjacent properties too, and the setback isn't so severe. You know, and I won't bring up other applications, but the setback isn't so severe, and we're basically maintaining the separation between, you know, the building masses here, that it's not really noticeable. I don't think you're gonna notice that this thing, you know, jumps towards the street as, you know, some other houses on that block, for example, you know, the two to the southeast. What is that? 1001 and 1009.
Okay.
Are we closed?
Yes.
Yes, we are. Do we need to reopen?
I did have a question which I didn't realize, so if you could.
Yeah, we're now open.
Tim, so between the individual window units, you basically have two butt jointed panes of glass that are joined with silicone.
Correct,
or,
yeah. It's a gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you do that instead of like a SDL or TDL or?
So this one would have one behind it. Instead of having just kind of the plate glass, like the full plate glass, we just thought that it would be nice to have just a slight division to it and a little more subtle than the full on kind of SDL that came all the way through, or extruded divided light. But we could always look at adding that, changing that if we needed to. We like the way it turned out on PO 04 Central, and that was kind of done in a historic homage to the Whaley building that's in South Carolina. I know that's not an historic district, but it's we liked how it turned out, and we thought it was kind of a nice look. And that's kind of what we took our inspiration from. So again, both not historic buildings, but in the district, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think if we were to have individual glass panes, we'd probably want them to have some sort of architectural delineation as viewed from the outside.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. This is kind of an odd condition for me. I mean, it's cool, but I don't know that it fits within our standards. So I'm gonna have to think about that.
I think the thought was, instead of having one big plate glass, it was at least doing a division to it. Cause right now it's just like a big piece of glass. So, but we could always either get rid of it altogether just to kind of match kind of the other, the existing one, or put a, true kind of mullion right in there. And the storefront's a little different than like than regular kind of double hungs and things.
Yeah.
So, but over in Abbott Street where I am, they actually have those kind of grills on those storefront windows to kind of make it look more residential. I don't know if you know those buildings over there. It's not far from the site. So, so we could always look at doing something like that as well, or just do a true divided light. I don't think they'd be opposed either way. So that was just kind of me doing something I liked doing. So, which I thought looked nice, but.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the applicant while we're still open?
I have a question. Can you speak to the size of the patio area in front of the front door and how it relates to how much grass there is between that and the sidewalk? Because that's a really busy intersection. And there's a lot more openness on the other side of the street to there than there with some landscaping.
Correct. So currently, to kind of give you a reference point, there is a sign. If you zoom in real close to that, you can kind of see the existing sign that's right here. There's actually two signs. We're getting rid of one of the signs that's kind of closer, that one right there. And there's a sign that's right here on the street. So currently the building has no connection to the pedestrian walkway at all. So what we're proposing to do is from the existing sidewalk here is do a walkway up to this patio. And the idea of the patio was to create an area where it kind of activates, puts some of the pedestrians, in front of the building instead of just having a straight shot to it. This is probably about, call it about 10 feet, maybe 12 feet between there. I would imagine they'll probably do some like lower bushes around the sign and things like that to kind of dress up the patio. I don't show it right now, but once we get into kind of more in-depth landscaping plan, we'd probably add some more bushes around that. So it's not just, kind of a dead zone. But if you look at, go to the, this probably isn't necessarily a good picture, but the existing drawings, Christy, I think right, number 9, slide 9 here. Go to, there it is. So that's it right now. So we're going to add a sidewalk up there, up to the patio. The patio will be sitting kind of out where those trees are there. So there'll be kind of a 10 feet or so to that patio with kind of landscaping on either side of this here. And if you make it to the 3D as well, that probably shows some of it. Yeah, maybe that one might, there you go. So you can see it there. That's kind of what does that make sense now? Did I answer your question? I'm sorry. I don't know if I did or not.
I was just wanting to see the planting strip. The strip there looks wider than the actual real planting strip is when you have a sidewalk.
This one right here, where the street trees. Yeah, so if you, it does jog. So it goes from smaller where there's on-street parking
Right
to a little
here,
bit wider in this area.
Okay.
If you go to the one with all the trees, you can go or just scroll down. I guess. Even that one, yeah, you can, well, maybe, I guess stay with the other one, Christy, and go to the one where it shows the trees. 19, yeah. And then there, that's kind of see.
Okay.
So right now, that's actually how it is. You'll see there's like a place to park. There's 4 parking spaces in front of there. And so I think the reason they did that was they don't want to put parking too close to the intersection because it's a hazard. So it gets a little wider there. But it's kind of overgrown right now because there's a lot going on there now. It's like stuff's grown up over time. So regardless, someone should be kind of, pulling out some of that just because it's kind of killing itself right now. And the street trees need to be the kind of more prominent since they're the nicer kind of trees. But
Okay.
anyway, I don't know if that helped or not.
Any other questions before we reclose? All right, we're now closed again. I forgot where we were going down the list. All right, coming back to the reasons for continuation, do we feel better about A and B being addressed?
Yeah.
So A through D, for number 1 have been addressed by the applicant. Tree protection plan, provide a tree plan, which includes size, species, location of trees that will be taken out. I believe that was provided by the applicant on the site plan. All right. Next, we have the site appurtenances, 8.9. Showing all locations. Commissioner Wojcik?
Yeah, that was addressed.
Okay. That was addressed. Then we also have providing a screening that was certainly addressed. And then, yeah, we said once the above items were addressed, we will review the other items. So, any thoughts or comments on the other items? Because those were the high level items we wanted to make sure were tackled first.
delineated as well, the lighting and the structures.
Okay.
Does need to be provided.
Okay, lighting and window structures.
I got some questions on the windows. So like I said, this is much less Stalag 13 looking, but can you pull up the elevation or perspective? To me, it still looks like a South Park Medical Building or something like, it's not quite there yet. And I couldn't put my finger on it, but then I scrolled down and looked at the sample pictures he has, or they have, which are, I think contextually well done. And the difference to me on those are essentially the first floor to the second floor window treatment. And then the size of the windows, even though that these new windows are larger, it still seems like the window to brick ratio is not quite hitting it. So, and then the butt glass, I think we speak something, I'm pretty sure there's actual standard in there on that. So those are my observations. Please push back.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Commissioner Taylor. This seems like a hybrid building. It's like we have some sort of historic brick detailing going on, but then we still maintain this ribbon window or storefront feel. So it seems like we're kind of clashing two architectural styles together. And I appreciate what the applicant's trying to do, pay homage to the existing structure, but I think we'd all agree that that's not good. The existing structure isn't. So, yeah, after seeing it, I mean, I can't unsee it now. So, I think maybe it's a play of the window rhythm and, how we get, toned back, that just continuity of glass and divide this up more. Maybe, I guess that would go to rhythm.
Yeah, look at section 7.14. So to your point, Commissioner Taylor, when we look at the bottom examples given, yeah, there are a lot more windows, especially, when you're looking at a two-story structure, right? But then you look up at the top right example, and I would say that the rhythm of that example is more in keeping with what we have here.
So, and remember too, there's two distinct additions to this building. Some of the original building is not changing except for the windows. So it's, to everyone's point, you haven't seen a project like this before.
Yeah.
This is new territory, right? Should you look at maybe the addition portions? Because I feel like there's more opportunity to shape those additions than maybe what's the existing walls that aren't changing.
That's a great point. Thank you, Christy. Because when we've had projects like these, it's about bringing them more into compliance, not changing them completely.
I think maybe for the addition part of this, that perhaps on the way, because, the front elevation does engage the street, perhaps this is an opportunity where more articulation could help and straying away from more of that continuous ribbon window feel. I mean, we can't design it, so I mean, that's sort of I don't know. Like you're pointing out 7.14, Commissioner Proudy, I think is fantastic because this talks about window rhythm and solid and void. And I think perhaps an exploration, at least as it applies to the windows and the rhythm across the street and side elevations, might be a hopeful. So maybe that's the next step in this application.
Yeah, because I think the last time we reviewed this application, I believe it was you, Commissioner Barth, that brought up the fact that this is not like any other building we've really seen in this area. So what better street to look at it, what better street to have as a location than East Boulevard, where you do have a diversity of looks and styles and along the street. I guess I'm curious about where you think we can go with this.
I definitely think that we can ask him to restudy the fenestration in response to 7.14, number 1, the ratio of solid walls and voids, windows and doors, the rhythm and placement of the windows. And I do feel that overall, if we ask him to focus obviously on the addition, I mean, there is typically a variation between the front elevation and the rear elevation on most older historic commercial structures. They typically don't look the same on all 4 walls. So I don't think having that front facade, kind of dominant facade, having a little bit more variation would be inconsistent overall. But I think the examples that they have on here that are actually drawings, are a very good suggestion on what we would like him to restudy. It says historic commercial buildings generally have patterns of storefront openings as well as windows on upper stories, but their example, I think, is a good example for him to reference. I don't know that we're asking him to do anything crazy. I just think that there needs a little bit of review.
And as we're saying that it needs review, directionally, we're suggesting that they take inspiration from the surrounding properties within the context of the subject property to create more variation in the windows.
Well, I was actually just referencing back to our guidelines specifically, not necessarily other context, but the variation is typically as you move up a building, the windows on the second floor become smaller, or the relationship between the glass and the brick scale changes. Yeah, changes. And so that's what I'm looking at as what I feel like is a better representation. Not everything just lining up vertically as you stack from one floor to the other.
So what I'm hearing is that on this front elevation, first floor, second floor, all looks the same.
Yes.
But in our standards, the first floor of a front elevation is usually glassier.
Specifically, the lower level is.
The lower level front elevation should be glassier.
Okay.
Yes.
Not to throw a fly in the ointment, but when we're looking at 7.14, the example in the top right corner,
Yes.
I don't believe speaks to that.
That's what made me ask that.
Oh, I see what well, there is a variation in the windows aren't necessarily smaller, but there is a change.
There is a change in the rhythm and the spacing and yeah.
But not necessarily the amount of glass.
So then I guess speaking to that, we're not necessarily the size of the windows so much as the variation between floors.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I stick my foot in my mouth for a second?
Please do.
Yeah, this may be the wrong question, the wrong thing to bring up, but in the October 9th meeting, there was a 7.8, which is foundations, which may or may not help us, I mean, I don't really see a delineation and foundation here. I'm not sure how to interpret 7.8 in general, but, it is, again, I struggle with the window to brick facade ratio. I don't know what the ceiling heights are doing in here, but if you could, if you're doing on the addition part, is it possible to lower the foundation and get taller windows in there? I don't know. I defer to the design
Yeah,
people.
it sounds like getting into designing it, but it sounds like a great tip maybe for the applicant. For foundations on 7.11. And then you guys were also looking at
7.14.
7.14. I think it sounds like you guys are maybe at a motion with this and the lighting and the window detail.
I agree. It sounds like Commissioner Taylor has a
Yeah.
motion in him.
I will butcher
Mhm.
this, but I'll get through it.
We'll do it as a team.
Yeah, thank you. I move to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. I've got it here. I want to say 7.3, 2, and 5. 7.8, maybe.
7.11.
7.11. 7.14.
Yeah.
That window's right.
8.11.
8.11 for lighting.
8.11.
And 7.14 for windows.
I said
You
that.
You
said,
said 7.14, okay.
Yeah.
okay. Oh,
I get it.
okay. All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a question for the other commissioners. Do we feel that we still need to see another level of this before we dive into details, or do we feel like they can come to the next review of this with detailed drawings for door sill, windows, awnings, those sort of things?
I think we request that.
That's right, because a restudy would have a ripple effect. But I personally think that we've talked enough about it, and I think Tim would be able to give us the details.
I'm trying, what I'm getting at is I'm trying to save them a step.
Yeah, yeah,
Applicant has been responsive.
yeah.
Yeah.
hmm
So I think it would be appreciative of from the applicant if we extend that offer to, again, come, with the comments we've just made, as well as let's take this the next step further and see details with that so we can respond to all in this next continuance.
Agreed.
Do you accept that amendment? Commissioner Parati?
I do, accept.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Oh, Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to continue passes 10-0.
Thank you.
Are we okay to take a
You want to take a break? Okay.
Break, yes.
So 10-minute break back at, say 2:55. We'll give you 12 minutes.
Okay.
I've been listening to everything. Unmute, video on. We are back from break. We are resuming with application number 6, 1921 Charlotte Drive. We have one recusal. Commissioner Kerm is recusing for this application. And before I get started, applicants, have you been sworn in yet? No. Okay, let's go ahead and swear everyone in.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay. It is loading. So we have a little bit of some housekeeping to do with this application. Because what are the words I'm looking for? The record was
We had a bit of a procedural.
there you go.
hurdle
Thank you.
At our last meeting.
Yes.
We were all unaware that we had a potential conflict of interest at the time. It became known to us much after the hearing occurred. We have been in contact with the applicants to explain the issue, the process, and the corrective measures that we are taking. And as part of that piece, one of the things we're going to ask you to do before we move forward with today's presentation is for a member of the commission to make a motion to rescind your action in October.
So basically, it's a vote that the October application and the discussion, they were non-binding recommendations. So we need to start there with that vote. If, Madam Chair, you would call for a vote.
Absolutely.
We've never had this happen before.
Okay, I don't think I understand.
Okay, so what happened at October is there was a conflict of interest that was non-disclosed.
Okay.
And a commissioner voted.
Okay.
And should not have been participated in the October hearing.
Okay.
And so because of that, the record is muddied.
Sure.
And what we have, offered to the applicant, but in order to keep this moving forward, we were like, we can completely rehear October and pretend like October didn't happen. Or you can take October as a really helpful workshop.
Oh, yeah.
And the commission can consider that high level, non-binding commentary like we do for workshops. So to that end, we just need the commission to vote to say, yes, we are considering that non-binding commentary from October. And then that vote will let us move on with the hearing for today.
Okay, perfect.
Specifically, what we need for you guys is to rescind your action from October.
Okay.
So in October, you voted to continue this case for a variety of commentary, feedback that you provided. Since the corrective action here is to basically say October was not a formal decision for you guys, we need you to rescind your action from October. I believe there was another question.
Yeah, does that change the decision date or is it still January?
Your decision date is still the same. And I can give you a bit of more of a preview of what happens after you make your motion, but essentially the starting point for the application today is going to be your continuance items from September. And what you're going to have is that the applicant is going to have the ability to present the October design all over again, as well as their November design. You will be required to evaluate both. The applicant will choose however long they want to stay on one versus the other, but you will need to have some form of discussion and deliberation on both.
Okay.
And basically, it can be very quick. Like, here's
Sure.
the October drawings. We heard your non-binding commentary. You have a brief discussion on that.
Mhm.
And then your vote is, hey, with the applicants, at their request, which they will make in a second, that you focus today's review on the November drawings.
Okay. I'm happy to make that motion.
Great.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to rescind the motion we made on application 1921 Charlotte Drive, last October.
At the October 9th meeting.
At the October 9th meeting. As that is, as we understand it now, non-binding information designed to help the applicant get closer to an approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell? Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve passes 9-0.
Great. So from here on, this application, for the record, this application was continued officially from the September 11th, 2024 meeting. These items are outlined on page 1 of the staff memo. On page 2 of the staff memo, the non-binding recommendations that the commission gave at the October meeting are provided. There is information on slide 3 about the revised proposals for October and November. And then the staff analysis starts on page 5. The November plan staff analysis is first. So there are 6 items for the November plans, and then the staff analysis for the October plans are also included, and there are 5 items with subparts. With that, we will turn this over to the applicants. Stephen, if you both would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Stephen Overcash, 2010 South Tryon Street, Charlotte.
Adam Williams, 526 Sedgewood Lake Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Hey, Stephen, where would you like to start?
If you've got slides of the September, that's fine, or October, I
I
guess.
have October.
October. I had to dig up the, well, first of all, I would love to relive the last workshop because it went so well. It really did, and we got great advice, but I'm not sure we have to relive it. I did go back and did a little research and looked at the concerns from September for the October. And there was still some issues outlining about context, massing, studied the connector a little bit more. Parking, make sure you screen it. If we could squeeze down the entrance drive in, that would be positive. There were 2 pine trees they wanted us to save. Do a little bit more noting on our cornices and trim to make sure we use the word painted wood on all the details. Windows, make sure we get a window that is on the approved list. Lighting, get them in the right position, get them down low where they are all over Dilworth. Materials basically came down to using the word artisan hardy, add that to the notes. Orientation, have a stronger orientation to a street. We have orientations to 3 streets. Fences and walls came down to, we'd like to see a cap on that. It's not a fence, but it's a dumpster screen. We addressed all of those and had a really good workshop. We opened up the connector all the way through. We created a very strong orientation, front door, front porch of facing Charlotte Drive. What else did we skinnied up the entrance drive? So we came down to, after the workshop, we were sent some notes from the workshop where we were down to 2 items and then a few miscellaneous items. I guess if we go ahead and pull up the latest.
Okay, and if it's helpful for the commission, so it was dated September 20th. This was the October 9th workshop right here. This is what was heard in September. And then this is their revised submission for November. So I think slide 28 really shows how the project has changed from this, even though it says July, this is the September meeting, September 11th meeting, October 9th workshop, and then today's November 13th is at the bottom. Would this be an appropriate time to pause and have the commission talk a little bit about the October plans, workshop plans, and then we can refer back to the applicant and let them go in more detail about the revisions and the plans they wish to present today?
And is this us pausing, closing to deliberate, or how are we?
No, I think much like one of our recent applications where we had an applicant provide two options, option A or option B, I think we're stopping at October for you guys to have some commentary about October. And then after that, we can move on to November.
Okay. Commentary about October? Commissioner Wojcik.
One of the things that we talked about in the workshop was definitely the massing of the new entryway from, oh gosh, not ideal. Charlotte Drive, and how that bulkiness kind of changed the massing, specifically in that area. And then we talked a little bit more about some of the details for the soffits and integrations of columns and headers and details like that.
We felt like that was a pretty big point to get the focus on. We spent a lot of time in reducing that mass scale and go into detail on that. Yeah, like, but we put that at heart. That's not true.
October.
We're talking.
You're good. You're good. In the future. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the September one is from
To
October.
make this faster,
Thank you.
just restate what you said at October, right? Just read it and say, this is our feedback and official discussion, and then just move on.
Okay, all right.
great.
So from October, we're massing and complexity of Form 7.7, restudy the massing on the Kenilworth right elevation dormer projection, the courtyard entry door projection, and porch. Cornices and trim, according to standard 7.13, provide more information on the column beam alignment details. For the site plan, add pine trees and tree protection for the pine trees to the site plan. Restudy the window proportions on the courtyard side, and then provide accurate height dimensions on all plans. Height dimensions need to be shown as measured from grade to ridge, not first floor to lower roof as currently provided.
And just to clarify, with the exception of the items that you are pointing out now as it relates to the October design, are all of the other items from your September continuance addressed such that as we move forward, we are looking at these items that you've pointed out in October?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. With that, applicant, would you like to present your updated design?
Please turn on your microphone.
Oh, yep.
Go to, I guess, some renderings,
Let's see here.
so I can see what we're.
Slide 20.
We talked the most about the clunkiness of the entrance that we had that you could see from Charlotte Drive. That guy right there, we had pulled I don't want to call it a dormer, it's not a dormer, but had pulled out that mass sort of on top of the porch. We have now pushed it back. We've studied all of you're going to love it, beam column alignments. Got those correct. Candace was nice enough to send over all the details she had for us. We feel much better about it. It feels less clunky. It's much more graceful. This is not a dormer on the back. If you go to a rendering from Kenilworth, it's basically in line with the lower. We simplified that element, even though there's many precedents for the brick base with the white siding above all over Dilworth. We decided that to just go with the siding, it felt friendlier, it felt lighter. We like it a lot better. And so we really cleaned up that entrance and spent a lot of time with the proportions. Cornices and trim, I think, came down to our booger bear with the column beam alignment. We've got that straightened out. One gentleman wanted to see a section through, the next page has a section through the bridge over there. It's basically a wooden bridge, painted wood everywhere, beadboard soffit with a recessed light, painted wood handrails. We think we've got all the cornices and trim addressed on the site plan. If you go to the site plan, we have identified and kept the 2 pine trees that the neighbors like, and they're fine. I'm not a big fan of pine trees, but they do screening, and we're happy to keep them. Back to the courtyard renderings. One comment was about those openings in the, those openings. There was something off about the proportions. They are symbolic windows. They're not windows, but there are openings. We thinned them up a little bit, got them a little bit more vertical, and we added the white trim around them to even further emphasize, make it similar to the windows. We think that's a great improvement. If you go to the sections and elevations, I think every damn dimension has a grade to ridge on it. If you read the little notes there, every dimension is grade to ridge. Windows, we were sent over and we were sworn this one was approved by the committee. And so we've included it in the packet, and that's it. The Sierra Pacific Premium double hung painted wood windows. We were told that was approvable. That's a true statement. That's it. It was just a handful of comments, and we've addressed them all.
Do have some comments with people who have joined us online. Stephen, I just had a question from the staff member reviewing this. It looks like we don't have the grade to ridge for some of them. It starts at the top right here, and it's just a tweak for some of these elevations. Unless you want to explain that a little more. The one we do have it for is this elevation right here, which is
You see a retaining wall, the grades mildly slope around.
So like,
we're not going to cut like a million inches.
but like grade is right here though, right?
Slopes up.
You should be on mic. Your mic isn't on.
Your mic, yep. So it's just something to, that right here.
I think grade, say the grass sloping back. We're trying to locate it. What is the grade in front of the door, not out here?
Right.
It's so hard to identify on.
But it doesn't include the foundation is my point right here. Like you'll see this brick, right?
This is grass going back. The grade slopes back there. And that's what we were dimensioning to.
So,
let's go to
Stephen,
another dimension.
Okay.
Let's go to it.
Anyway, this one is there.
Are you tracking to what Christie's?
Yes, I am. And
referring to?
That's.
Okay. I think it's just because, and we're not seeing.
And we have
like,
retaining walls.
The foundation on this. Anyway, we're not seeing the.
Does that one work?
I'm fixing to head out. So I just want to make sure, because we don't see you don't see the floor here. You don't see the brick row lock that you would see on the step up to the front door. The front door won't be on grade.
Correct.
That's my point. So anyway, I just want to throw that out because I'm about to hand off to Candace.
Okay.
And I just want to make sure the commission's on that. So
Thank
you.
Christy.
I'm going to hand off to Candace and we're going to go to people on the call.
Okay.
We have a list.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Christy. Thank you.
As Christy mentioned, we do have a list of people. I think our first speaker is Nick Levine, Linville. Nick, are you online? Okay, it looks like we only have one person online. If you signed up to speak on 1921 Charlotte Drive, can you please identify yourself and state your comments?
Expand the window. Expand the window.
I think Kevin, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I'm doing the next one though, not this one.
Oh, I see. Thank you. I guess we do not have any callers at this time.
Okay.
Is there anyone in the audience to speak on this case? No. All right.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
I have a question about the roof line on the end closest to the parking lot. With the changes that we made, we created an offset between the gable end and the wraparound roof line. And yeah, the parking lot. The comparison one would be great, Candace, if you could find it. I was trying to go back and forth between the last meeting and this meeting. Yeah. All right, so.
Slide 28.
Yep, slide 28. And then could you zoom in to the bottom two? And then over to the right a little bit. Okay, so the massing was one of the elements that we were talking about, and I can tell that you've brought in the projection on the over the front entry portico that has been created on the first floor, and that looks much more consistent. And I want to make sure, though, so it is a 2-story structure, and then there's just the portico in front of it. But what happened, I can see now, is that the soffit overhang was bigger on that end. And so it looks like when you changed something, the gable end roof line does not engage with the wraparound soffit, the applied roof, kind of in between the two. And so it feels like it's a little bit like the relationship of the way that the roof lines engage with each other on the top one looks more consistent in what we would normally see in terms of, what's that called when the roof's on the edge, the end, the return that's just applied in between the
Bar trapper or freeze?
yeah, the roof overhang that separated the brick and the siding on that one. The pendive. That looks like the way that it would typically engage with the gable, right? But then when we go down on that lower one, it doesn't engage like that anymore.
We were criticized on that end to cover, to do that at rendering. We had everybody says, oh, that's coming out too far. That looks too large. So we tried to address that. And with the geometry,
You take your mic.
We felt it appropriate to, this is not an uncommon detail to sort of hug that mass and wrap back around. I think it's consistent on another side also. But yeah, that was the reason that we changed that was because it forced it out so far in the rendering. Everybody said, oh gosh, that's coming out too far. That's inconsistent. So this was the solution. We feel like it's appropriate. We feel like this is a tasteful way to kill that eave coming down. to hug that mass.
And can you tell again why you decided to remove the brick? And
We just felt like it was getting, both are appropriate for Dilworth. We were talking to a lot of people that it was getting too complex with the dormers, and we just felt like cleaning up the, to one material was one step in simplifying that, because we were criticized that that whole end was getting too complex. And we thought that made it less complex. I think it's friendlier.
So one thing to throw into your consideration, both of these designs are up for grabs, basically. So if there are aspects of design on top that you would prefer versus design on bottom that you would prefer, since you are considering both anew, you can pick and choose if there is something here that you feel comfortable enough to approve, if that is your ultimate determination. But all that's to say, you have both of these designs that you can consider, and they're provided that the applicants can make it happen or okay with it, et cetera. You guys can pick and choose elements from the design to ensure that your decision, whether it's one more continuance or an approval with conditions, moves forward.
okay. So two more questions. Mr. Overcash, on the windows on the left-hand side on the second floor, those are consistent with the ones that are on the right-hand side above the portico or the new entryway, right? So those are egress for those rooms. Is that correct? Like both of them on both sides, because they're the same. I'm assuming they have to be a certain height to meet egress, I guess is my
They have
question.
To be a certain height they meet with, but we made them that size to be, we felt like the appropriate proportion.
Okay, okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is, I just, the one with the brick and the pinned eave and the wraparound roof line, that one, but the combination of it with the lower, less bumped out second floor, is it possible to kind of combine those two together?
Anything's possible.
Okay.
If we could vote on it as a contingency.
Okay.
So
I think
if
when.
you do this, then we're fine with it.
Well,
We're fine with it.
When I was looking at that design, when I thought the fascia board or the freeze board that was underneath the soffit came out too far.
Yeah.
And that it was almost more like a stucco freeze board or something versus just a
Right.
piece of wood, right?
You're
And
correct.
so I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners kind of what their intention was when we discussed that. But I don't know that the soffit being a little bit deeper is necessarily unseen. But I do know that the freeze board design in that is not consistent with the historic commission or with the historic district. So,
And that's why we reduced it there and kept it
right. And
flush on that one is sort of floating out. This one, we reduced it and kept it uptight.
yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Those were all my questions.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I just want to say I agree totally with Commissioner Wojcik. This was what jumped out at me as well. What's that change in those wraparound, what did you call them? Wraparound eaves? And eve. I would like to see, I like how you simplified, totally agree with you from that elevation. It's much more simplified, but if there was some way to combine it so that you didn't have to do even that detail, that's what I
Would
would,
love to work with staff on that.
is that something that's, it's a little, it feels a little more like design.
Well, it
Right.
seems like if there's two versions, and you say you like that one better with a few, it seems to me like that would be a staff thing that we could work with staff on. It's such a minor issue. If you like do you like the brick base?
I'm okay with the brick base.
I mean,
or the
But I'm just
side.
asking, we
I-
got brick and we got.
Can she respond, Mr. Overcash? Let's make sure that one person is speaking at a time because the court reporter needs to be able to
And
capture.
I think it's the combination, you know. I think it goes into a little bit more design detail than staff would feel comfortable approving. When we're saying, could it be a combination of those two? Like,
Absolutely, it could. And I can visualize it right now. I can point and say, here's what we're gonna do. You
As
see what
long
I'm
as you
saying?
give
We come
staff-
back and we're getting in bound with some other issues. And we're down to those two issues and it seems like we're going back. You like that top, like push the dorm.
You should bring the mic with you if you're gonna speak.
So I can visualize it. Take that drawing, push the fascia in, push this in, and we're there. It's what you're saying. The freeze board, push it in, more similar to this one. You like this guy pushed in. You seem to like brick there. I can visualize it. That's a 15-minute change to have to come back and, you know.
Can I ask one more question with that? So can we see the elevation that faces Kenilworth?
Sure.
Kenilworth, right? Is it Kenilworth? Yeah. I think you just go to the left, Candace, not up.
Yeah, now push it. There you go.
Okay, so the engagement of the roof on the upper design where the windows are, will that actually work, Mr. Overcash? Because I feel like we don't have enough room for flashing.
That was the comment.
That
We can make it work.
we can make it work.
You need
Okay.
4 inches. And the whole thing that started that tumble was the comment about, oh, we just feel like that comes out too far. And
Well, again, I'll verify with everybody when we talk and see if that is how they felt or if that was just my interpretation, but.
if that freeze board was pushed back, that seems like what you're looking for.
Okay. Well, that helps me have a discussion. Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
Before we close, is there anything else other than that minor detail that we need to discuss before we close and I can't speak? Are we happy with everything else? Are we happy with the detail between the beam and the column, the pine trees? Because I don't want to get cut off and then I can't speak. So if there's anything else besides that, in my mind, a very minor thing that I think your staff is qualified to look at. They've heard what we've said. I think they're qualified to say, yep, he did exactly what the committee wanted.
You feel like everything that's designed here is buildable?
Yeah. Buildable?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay.
Got the owner right here.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant? And just to be clear, if we need to reopen, we can reopen. All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
You guys are being too quiet today. You're making me nervous.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. So commissioners, it seems like a little of this one, a little of that one. We put them together and we might be able to make some progress. So Commissioner Barth, what are your
If I
thoughts?
can attempt to help unify us here. So, and I think the applicant understood what we were saying here. We're looking at the parking lot elevation. I think that is good. The only issue with it is the one next to the left and up. we're good with that one, except for the fascia board under the penteve, which is the little roof that wraps around this elevation. That fascia board needs to be against the brick, or at least, line the brick. It should not overhang like that, speaking to historic architectural details. The dormer, we had an issue with massing on that, so that needs to be pulled in, which they've reflected in the new submittal. But we had a problem with how the penteve was engaged, and the overall volume of the structure popped up above that. It created some unique eave conditions. So basically what we need is, and it sounds like most of the commissioners are open to this, is we like the October parking lot elevation minus those two things. We need to pull the dormer back like they reflected in November. We need to have the fascia board and the eave detailing line up with what's more architecturally appropriate.
And didn't we talk about materials too, the brick versus the siding? Breaking it up a little bit.
Bringing what up a little bit?
So for this submission, we have all siding. Whereas before we had the siding mixed with the brick. I thought that that came up in conversation.
I mean, for reference, I like brick. I
Same.
think it provides some weight to the,
Yes.
to the overall visual nature of the structure as well as the corner of that building.
I don't want to exacerbate the applicant any further, but I do think that that is something that was good about the last one that we should keep.
Yes, I agree. Thank you for bringing that up. And then I do think if we can go to the Kenilworth elevation slightly to the left, that rear corner also works much better than the November version. It seems a lot less like a solid 2-story volume. So, I'm pretty much in favor of going back with that method. And then for the column beam alignment, looks much better. Thank you so much, Mr. Overcash. If we can go to slide, where's the detail?
25.
I'm sorry, 20.
I don't know. The details are on page 25.
Yeah, there was one. Candace, or maybe well, we can't ask them, sorry.
We can only bring
I saw it a second ago.
Commissioner Barth, is it slide 25? Is it the one on the screen up here?
Oh, yeah. How come I can't see that? Oh, there it is. Yeah, if you could zoom into detail 8. So I don't know if the applicant is finding a prefabricated column, but typically there's the neck trim that goes around just below the capital, one step down right there. But then the neck itself actually steps out from the shaft of the column. Typically those would align too. I mean, that's a simple detail. I think they can update that.
Perfect.
That's easy. And I mean, that's really my only comment.
I think that was perfectly said.
Okay. All right.
Question, Candace, given what Commissioner Barth just said, do you think that's something that staff could work with the applicant on?
Yes, and if at any point we feel like we couldn't, we would just bring it back.
Okay. All right. Other items
That need to be addressed or considered? Because if not, I think Commissioner Barth set us up. Maybe somebody else could do it, but he set us up for a motion.
I second what you just said.
So does anybody want to float us a motion? And it's teamwork makes the dream work. So we will help each other.
I might need help with some, what's it called? Standards.
Gotcha.
Thank you. I would like to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the districts, but have a few conditions, which I will reference now. Looking at slide 28, would request that the applicant maintain this parking lot facing elevation with the few exceptions. One, the freeze board just below the pent eave be made in line with the brick and exterior wall versus overhung like it's shown. And number two, well, and we'd also like to maintain the pent eave to main roof line gable condition as shown in this option. Number two, would like the dormer condition to reflect what we see in the November submittal, where the dormer is pushed back and not overhanging the portico entrance. And to add on to that, and we would also request that the applicant maintain the brick on the lower level as seen on these elevations as well.
So far that's 7.13, 7.16. I don't know what to do with the dormers. Maybe roof forms or massing. Yeah.
And for the commission, for the purposes of clearing it up through the record, is your intention that the starting point is the design from the October design with modifications from the November design?
Yes, I think that would probably be the easiest way to put it.
Okay.
Massing is 7.7.
Okay, so we're looking at standards 7.13, 7.16, and 7.17 for massing. Oh, sorry, 7.7, not 17. And piggybacking on those comments, I would like to reference the Kenilworth elevation, that we would prefer that as it does respond to the design around the corner. The Kenilworth elevation from October's submittal for that elevation, we would be in favor of that design.
Will you speak? I missed it, Commissioner Barth. Will you restate that, please? Clearly.
Similar to all these comments, I am referencing the Kenilworth elevation from October submittal as being preferred design.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Let's see. And from there, I'm going to shift into staff's comments. Requesting that the applicant work with staff on verifying all dimensions and height measurements shown from grade to ridge, and to work with staff on consistency of drawings, particularly with showing accurate grade and retaining conditions as well as foundation conditions. Additionally, to work with staff on appropriate column alignments, form, and column to beam relationships, specifically pointing out that the neck of the column should match the shaft of the column as well as the beam that it supports, excuse me. And would ask that the applicant work with staff on appropriate porch flooring material. 7.16. Also foundations, 7.11. Do we need to throw in their tree protection? Do we have a tree protection? I think we have one from Bartlett, maybe.
Candace, would you be able to confirm that a tree protection plan was provided? Slide 16, potentially?
I'm gonna just throw it in there. With permit ready drawings, would request that the applicant work with staff on a appropriate tree protection plan from a certified arborist. 8.5.
How about have we ever seen the brick? Maybe a brick approved by staff, for example.
Accepted. I'll take that as an amendment.
All right, we have a very thorough motion by Commissioner Barth. Seconded by? Seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? Okay. Let's vote. Oh, did I not have my microphone on? We have a motion by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Long road.
We don't believe you.
Okay, our next application is 224 through 236 West Kingston Avenue, and the applicants are in the room.
Let the record show that Commissioner Bell has to step away.
Thank you, and that
And
Commissioner
Commissioner
Kerm is coming
Kerm
back
is returning to the meeting.
at 3:42. Okay, again, this is application number 7, 224 through 236 West Kingston Avenue. The applicant is in the room. The proposal is the construction of 6 new multifamily structures, and it was continued at the September meeting for the items listed on your screen, page 1 of the staff memo. Have you all been sworn in? You have not. So we have one that needs to be sworn in, and anybody who is online or in the room that have not been sworn in, please do so now.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Each state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let us know what slide you'd like to start on.
William Haygood, 301 East Tremont.
Eric Weiner, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard.
Abby Smith, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard.
Candace, if we can do slide 11.
Slide 11. Okay. And if you get up to speak, just take the microphone with you. Thank you.
I'm going to keep it in my hand this time.
Thank you. Friendly reminder to everyone in the room, if you're sharing a mic, please speak into it.
Okay, so I think we're going to go ahead and start on this slide, seeing how I think the commission has all seen the site before and the context with the neighborhood adjacent. If there's any questions on that, by all means, we can go over that. And we thank the commission for the September meeting and staff as well, and in the interim meeting with us. So the slide you have before you today, one of the things that we've progressed from the last meeting is a closer look of additional multifamily that were identified along Kingston, beyond the block. Last time, if you recall, we had 2041 West Kingston as our primary example listed, but we have also added 1700 South Mint, which is on the corner of Kingston and Mint, as well as 235 West Kingston and 302 West Kingston. So you can see that, there's two of them are kind of duplex examples. The other two are the kind of four porch examples. And in between these meetings, we went over these with staff and as well as staff suggesting a couple of these examples that you see. And I think on this slide, you can see that we've established the average width, height, max height, number of stories, and just overall context of these multifamily examples as it relates to our multifamily site. So next slide.
Mr. Warner, we're having trouble hearing you. So if you can project a little bit more for us, that would be helpful.
Sure. Okay, so the next slide here. Sorry, it's smaller room. I was trying not to hammer you guys. So this next slide, you can see that based on that previous slide, looking at additional multifamily studies and based on the comments of last time, we've taken a really big dive here into further looking at the building footprints here. And you can see in all these building footprints, we've made significant adjustments, getting shallower as well as less wide for each of them, as well as a substantial change in the back between B3 and C2, that those have now been broken up from a kind of 4 townhome situation to 2 duplexes. And then as well at C1 and then CH, we were staying for Carriage House. We just want to kind of name that building in a way that kind of gave some people some context of what we were thinking about as far as scale, just as far as smaller stature, because there was talk that before, if you can recall back to the prior meeting, we had a triplex there. So the overall width on the street was significant, which we understood was not going to work. So we've completely reapproached that with that. So in contrast to the last meeting now versus the multifamily examples, we are actually, in fact, narrower, and you'll see on the upcoming elevation slides, shorter as well. So much more diminutive buildings, as well as reducing complexity and scale based on the examples. So next slide, I think 13. Okay, so you can see we're still doing, you can see the scale has been significantly reduced. We've removed the living portions underneath. We have aligned the porches, eaves, ridge lines following the slope, as well as stepping down into the neighborhood to the single family 240 as we were doing previously. But I think you can see that we're still doing that, and hopefully successfully. And then you can see at C1, trying to see how it shows on the screen, but you can see that what's labeled CH with the lighter line work is significantly set back from the street as well. And in reality, there'll be trees in between it and the street too, so it'll be hard to see. But we're trying to show us clear separation of break in between massing, as opposed to before that was all on the street. So very significant changes there. And I think staff has a few slides, where they show this meeting to the last one that I think will really highlight that. But this slide 13 also shows, this will be on the next. So you can see in the comparison that complexity, height, width, all has dramatically been reduced between this meeting. And then I think if you go to slide 14, you can see we have this same kind of study in the back of those back units, which I know you didn't formally hear in the meeting, but we've also made those changes, just anticipating that we need to make those changes. So we've gone ahead and done that as well, where we're still even stepping down into the neighborhood at the single family house, as well as I think Candace, if you go back to that comparison again, you're one step ahead of me, obviously. So that's great. But you can see that, again, the complexity, scale, and size has greatly been reduced. Uh, 15. I know there was comments during the last meeting about the grade and how that would look with the building it's in the back. And if you could see those from the street and what the impact would those would be, would they tower over the existing building? So we've cut this kind of elevation section through, as well as you can see the little blue guy down the sidewalk. And you can see that you can see the relationship between the A1, the A2, that it just kind of naturally follows the grade. And as well as that, if you're standing on the sidewalk, there's no way that you would see the A2 in the back, or even, it's definitely going to be hidden. And the streetscape won't be disturbed by that rear building. And then slide 16 is just kind of the same thing elsewhere in the block going the other way. Slide 17. Now, this is another area where we definitely took the feedback, like all the feedback, and heard and made very significant changes on this. Before we were stepping back from where it currently says CH to 240, we were forward of some of the existing buildings because we were at the edge of the neighborhood. We have now aligned it directly to the neighbors, both with the thermal wall and then with the porch. The only difference is we've aligned it with 244 for the porch, because 240, the adjacent neighbor, doesn't have a usable depth on their porch. Their porch is, I believe, like 5 feet, whereas the 244 is the like 8-foot porch. So we've aligned it with that porch. And you can see with that magenta and the dark blue lines how consistent across the neighborhood that now is. So next slide. So this is the spacing slide, just showing how we meet the context of the neighborhood, trying to space these buildings out in a historic rhythm so they don't look different than the rest of the neighborhood. And I think we've effectively achieved that. If you look at the numbers and a range of them, there's kind of a cadence between the 11 to 13 feet in between, and then, a drive entrance in the 20 to 24 foot range. Now we do have the 24 foot in the middle, just based on what City of Charlotte requires for the drive. But one change we did make, just to even help with spacing a little bit more from the previous meeting, is we've moved the sidewalk to the plan east side of the block just to reduce that gap as much as absolutely possible, while still meeting city standards. So next slide. Slide 19. Yes, thank you. So here you can see just kind of with in simpler terms how we've aligned the porches, we've aligned the eaves, we've shown the grades, we've shown the dimensions off of grade. We've showed, the first levels, how they align directly as there's some slight difference as grade slips up, but you can see how the lines relate, basically recreating that salt wall survey map. Next slide, 20. This is the smaller home adjacent to the single family. And you can see we've greatly reduced the complexity of it as well as the height and everything. And then the other thing, there was a comment about the garage doors and paying attention to those as we've gone forward, and we have looked at those and reduced those to to single garage doors, and hopefully the right scales and proportions there. And then as far as all the windows and everything, you can see the vertical gridded windows, and we have just pretty simple porch column details and railing details that you'll see throughout, especially on the street elevations. And one thing to note is right now we're proposing the two side elevations of buildings are consistent. For the next meeting, we can show those broken out to be separate if there's any differences we want to make between side elevations. So next slide, slide 21 is the building in the rear, and I'm going to go through these pretty quick because I know we have a lot of buildings here, and they're all, I think, pretty similar details and hopefully understandable, and you can make comments on them. Slide 22 is the building, what was it, B1. Sorry. B1 right now. One of the things we've done is there's a little bit more variation between the B1 and C1. I feel like on the street, but both really simple forms that fit the neighborhood on the front elevation, and then keeping the side elevations pretty simplistic, which is characteristic of the multifamily buildings and really the houses in that specific street. Slide 23 is the two buildings in the rear that is awfully similar to that building we just looked at. And then slide 24, this is the C1 CH combo. That's probably, maybe one of the more unique buildings on this multifamily parcel. So based on last time, if you recall, it was a triplex with a lot of width directly on the street. And what we've done is the C1 portion directly relates to the width of what we're seeing in the multifamily examples. And we debated back and forth between just not like it would just be C1, but we felt like that wasn't the greatest utilization of space either. So what we suggested, and it's what we've labeled as CH, is to greatly set back from the street a secondary massing that is both, only a single story, shorter, and very much removed from the street. It's like 90 feet set back from the curb there. And then there would be plantings in front of it. We just think that setback would be a good entrance to the neighborhood, knowing that the corner is likely to be built up as a tower. It gives some relief and scale, creates an opportunity for planting in front of that. And the way we addressed is we kind of try to make it a connector piece between those two elements with the glass shown in the middle and the simple form in between those, so you can see that there's a clear break even beyond just how set back it is. So that's what we tried to do with that, because I'm sure there's gonna be some questions about that. Next slide is 25. And again, that's just kind of the final building in the back there that you can see is the simplified version of kind of consistent with some of the other ones. And then we do have our details, page 26. I think we probably have some refinement and we can go over that with staff as needed on some additional things with the columns and so forth. But I think one of the things we really want to get out of this meeting is move forward from massing, height, proportions, context. 27, the garage doors and the door details, again, from last time, the vertical lights, single garage doors. And then 28, the Sierra, the Jeld-Wen sightline aluminum clad windows, matching the standard with the trim details. And a lot of the windows are pretty similar on across the buildings. And then 29, the sections through showing the alignment of things such as the railing, the column, the wood details on that, and all the materials are, and it was stated earlier, we jumped over that for time purposes, but in general, it's red brick, the hardy plank, artisan siding, all wood trim is what we're going with to best match the context surrounding neighborhood. And I think
Could you say that last part again?
On the materials.
Yeah, whatever it was, you kind of trailed off.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just saying the wood trim and then to match the context of the surrounding neighborhoods.
Okay.
Neighborhood. That's it. Sorry about that.
Okay. We do have some callers. Our first caller is Grant. Grant, are you online? Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
we
sorry,
can.
it was muted, so
Oh, that's
apologies.
okay. Grant, if you can are you able to show your video?
I'm not, I'm at work now and I had to step away from a meeting, if that's okay.
Okay. Have you been sworn in?
I was on the line. I wasn't unmuted at the time, if that matters, but I was online when there was the swearing in.
Okay. So I think we're good to go. Could you state your name and address and your comments?
Yeah, it's Grant Babbage and 239 West Park Avenue.
Awesome. And your comments?
Yeah, so thanks again for the time here. I know I spoke, what was it, in September for the last presentation of this meeting. And again, I'm the owner and resident at one of the 4 lots that backs up to the development here. And the owners of the other 3 lots that back up to the development stand with me here objecting to development. And I understand that's hearsay for the purposes of this meeting, but we'll make sure to have something submitted before the next meeting if we still have concerns here. But it's just kind of hard to get people to attend this meeting, given the variability of the time here. But getting into the latest the proposal, I do appreciate the applicant's attempt to cut back the sheer scale of the project, but where I and the other historic owners of the lots that back up to this property still have concerns is with the rear setback and constructing a row of multi-resident, multi-story primary housing as close as possible to the rear property line. And when we think about this, this really has 2 negative impacts. I think the first one being there's no precedent for this kind of density for primary residences along the rear property line in historic Wilmore. It didn't previously exist on the property. I know it was upzoned, but this format sets a new precedent for density maximization in a historic community where you don't see this anywhere today. And where you start to really impact historic homes that back up to the development. And I appreciate there should be something of greater scale here, but to have something visible even from West Park Avenue is out of character for this neighborhood. And West Park Avenue is another important historic thoroughfare, as is West Kingston, that needs to be kind of recognized and looked at here. And then second, why is it, so impactful to us as residents? Well, it's going to obstruct the privacy for all four of us that back up to this development and the children and grandchildren that live in these homes. There's 18 second-story windows up against the property line looking into these homes, creating light pollution, removing significant privacy where this issue doesn't exist not only for us today, but again, anywhere else in this neighborhood. And this will completely change kind of our lives in this community if this is developed along the property line here, like it's being proposed today and with at the scale and having second story, et cetera. But there's got to be a way to preserve our homes that back up to this development and our privacy and not cram the development to the rear property line. Maybe it's going single story in the rear buildings, or maybe make the buildings deeper, but allow for green space in the back. But the proposal still fails to show the entire 360-degree impact, which is a requirement per the context definition for multifamily construction. There's no reference to the rear contiguous lots, which are most adversely impacted by the proposal, and it feels appropriate to look at the buildings in aggregate versus individually, given the impact the development as a whole will have on us. So again, we trust you'll continue to look out for the many historic residents that are going to be negatively and greatly impacted by this proposal, but thank you again for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin.
Hey, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Have you been sworn in?
I did at the start of the meeting.
Okay. Are you able to turn on your camera?
Yeah, I can real quick.
Okay. And if you could state your name and address for the court reporter and state your comments.
Yeah, my name's Kevin Christiansen. I live at 417 West Park Avenue. Just wanted to speak of support for this development. These vacant lots has been a lot of like riffraff going on for the past couple years there. There's a great park, Centennial Wilmore Park, across the street with a great crossing, but walking my kids across that crossing has often felt unsafe at times with verbal fights and other things happening on those vacant parcels. I'd love to see these parcels developed. I think the flexibilities the developer and the architect engineers have made has been great. I think multifamily is a great option here. The historic districts in Charlotte have some of the best real estate in all of Charlotte. We're close to the light rail. These are the areas that do need higher density projects to make our community great. So yeah, I just wanted to speak out support of the project. I like it and appreciate what you guys do and what the team has done also here.
Thank you, Kevin. I believe we also have the owners online, and if the owners would like to speak, and I believe that is it. If there's anybody else online that would like to speak on this case, please state your name and comments now.
Yes. Hello, I'm Linnell Greer. May I speak?
Yes, ma'am. If you could state your name clearly and loudly and your address and then your comments, that would be great.
Okay, I'm Linnell Greer, and I'm the owner of the property at those locations what you working on for approval. And I've been in the neighborhood for quite a while, for 50 years to be exact. And I am trying to get something approved so all of us can be happy with the renovation and the building of what we hope to build there. Although you have known that we have had a daycare center there for quite a while, and I closed it. And did a the demolition of the building because too many people were hanging around, sitting in front of the building. So I decided that we would demolish it and do a demolition so the property could still look good and you would still not have a lot of vacant people standing around looking crazy. I've cut the grass, I've cut the trees, and also paid taxes on the building for quite a while. We have been trying to get something so we all can be proud of it for the last 6 or 7 years. I would like to leave a legacy for the Greers and make the community look good so that we could move forward and have a better environmental place for everybody to be proud of. So I own the 4 properties that you are trying to approve today. And I'm hoping that this will be something that you could approve soon.
Thank you. I believe we also have an Angelo. Would you like to speak on this project? Okay. We also have maybe a Lori. Would you like to speak on this project?
No, not on this one.
Okay, Lori, what project are you here for? Okay.
Sorry, case 11.
Case 11.
61 Wilmore.
Okay. Thank you. All right. I think that is all of our callers.
All right.
I was here, I'm William Haygood. I was here to speak, but Ms. Greer has said it all. So thank you much. Thank you, Ms. Greer.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Sure. I'd like to just start off and then I'll kick it over to the designers by saying thank you, thank you, thank you so much. This has come a long way. There's still some things that we'll be talking about, but we absolutely appreciate you listening to the feedback that we gave and coming back with something substantially different. So my first question would be about setbacks. Obviously, we've talked about context a lot. And please forgive me if I missed it, but I would like to know about the setbacks. I know that the carriage house, which I'm sure we'll get to, is like 90 feet back. But the first 3 buildings, as well as the setbacks in the back that were referred to by one of the callers, will you please share that information?
Set up again. If we go to slide 17, I think most clearly, deals with setbacks, labeled setbacks. So if you can see what we've tried to not inundate with information, but keep this simple. So you can see the magenta line is the porch setback at 66 feet off the porch, which directly aligns with 244 Kingston. And then the blue dash line is 74 feet off the curb for the thermal wall, directly aligned with both 240 and 244 Kingston. And then you can see also the relationship to the other buildings on that side of the block, as well as just to help with context, we also showed that magenta line and blue line on the other side of the street, just to show kind of how that would relate to the other side of the street. So you can see the consistency there. Yes, the CH is set back 90 feet. And then I apologize, we did not give the setback for the buildings in the back. Just then think about that, considering there's buildings in front of it. You know, how that relates to the setback. Just thought that'd be confusing, but we can certainly provide that information. As a matter of fact, can probably have Abby do the math here, maybe as we continue to talk.
Okay. So it's 66 across the board to the porch, and then 70 across the board to the front thermal wall.
74 for the thermal wall?
70.
Correct.
Okay. And if we see this again, then we'll want those numbers placed on the actual plans.
Okay, just to clarify, we did put in the legend, but we will put it on the plan.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
The numbers are on the legend in the top left.
Okay. And so, okay. Across the board, because there is some variation between the setbacks across the board. So and it's just a way that I'm accustomed to seeing it. So if we could have it across the board, because there is slight variations, right? In front of each parcel, that would be super helpful.
Sure, no problem.
All right. And then that, of course, would include the rear properties as well.
Okay, we can definitely do that.
And once again, excuse me if I missed it, but what is the spacing between the buildings? I thought I saw it on the same sheet.
There's a spacing sheet, page
there it is.
18.
18.
Yeah, so you can see for that one, we did give each individual one.
Thank you for making the driveway more narrow. Really appreciate
That is, we took it as small as we possibly could get
Mhm.
for any codes.
Okay. Just going to talk about height and width compared to the other properties. What page is that?
That is page 11, if you want to see those context examples, or if you want to go to the elevation.
So I saw your context summary. Do you have it page by
It's
in context with the surrounding buildings, both on this side, both on your side as well as across the street? What page is that?
Dimensions, she's saying.
What did you say, Cameron? 13?
Okay. You're saying that.
Okay, yeah, no, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for within context of the streetscape on that side as well as the other side. Just, again, this is just,
I'm so sorry. Are
Yes.
you talking about page 11 or are you wanting the Zotwall survey?
yeah, like a Zatwell.
Okay.
Where are we?
So slide 31.
Hold on, 30. Yep, slide 31 is helpful. Again, because I'm accustomed to seeing it a certain way. So if we could have the proposed properties along put in, well, there it is. I see it.
No,
now.
they're in there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's helpful.
Yep. So you can see the stepping down we talked about earlier, and the changes in height and proportion, so that we're now both shorter, less narrow than the average.
And where can I find the width?
The width for their buildings we're doing, that was on page 13,
13.
summarized, for the front, and then
Oh,
14.
sorry. No, like the height and width in context with the surrounding buildings. I know it's very thorough, so I know it's here. I just don't know where to find it.
Well, I mean, 13 does have, I'm sorry, I'm just trying.
Not just the
sorry.
proposed buildings.
Yeah, 13 does have the 240 to the left of it with the width there as well. And the height, I'm sorry, so would you prefer on the Zaltwall that we show the widths for all those buildings? Would that be
I would
most
like
helpful?
that, yes.
We
Just
certainly
for
can do that.
comparison. Yeah. Because it's not just that one house, right?
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
May I add something about the
Can you hear me okay?
Just make sure to speak
Barely,
loudly.
actually.
Yes.
So
So if I may add something about the widths, the homes that we were referencing on page 11 also include the width and height under the address, if that helps for today's discussion.
Okay, so across the street and we're the ones on. Okay, and on page 10 are the ones beside you. Is that it?
Page 10 is single family and page 11 is multifamily.
Okay, so I can reference these just just so that we can have a, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We can
All right, thank
totally do
you.
that. That's
I
no problem.
appreciate it. All right, that's it for now.
All right. I'm sorry if I did miss it. As far as the carriage house, where is the context for having a carriage house that's attached?
Yeah, maybe it was just overzealous in naming it. Just to try to give you some like train of thought on what we were thinking with it. The real goal was just to propose a smaller setback structure that clearly breaks that building up from the street and sets it far back. And what we were referencing most is a carriage house. What we were trying to do is a connector piece between them where you can clearly see with that big glass window and kind of the change in the roof, how that's separate.
Okay.
We would be happy to remove the connector piece.
Okay. Thank you for that.
We were trying to, we were referencing some of the things and just other what's done with other historic buildings with connector pieces.
What did you say?
I said we were referencing some of the other techniques that have been done in other historic structures with connector pieces to try to break up mass.
Yeah, like in Dilworth.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Wojcik?
Can I ask about the access to the garages on the back structures? How do you get to them? Is there an alleyway that's going to be?
No, there is no garages for the back structures.
Okay.
So it is surface parking in front of those structures.
Okay.
Along the internal alley.
So, but there is an alley behind this property, right?
So there's a alley behind this property that isn't really utilized. And then there's the internal service alley being used for our multifamily. I'm terming that as an alley. And let me.
Right
If we
now,
could
yeah.
Maybe, so this does exist as a
Okay.
platted, but we are not using that alley to limit the disruption to the neighbors.
Okay.
All of our car traffic is on this internal alley with the garages entered here. And then in front is single parking spots for these units.
Oh, I see
That's
it.
what we're doing.
So is the space in between B2 and B3 grass or not?
Yeah, that is
Impervious
grass.
area?
Yes. And that's one of the,
Pervious,
that's one of the,
pervious area.
we have more impervious area now than the prior meeting because we've reduced the width and things. So I think it should be a nice, there's less impact back there with more impervious area and room for plantings.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kerm, did you have a question?
Is there an elevation that shows all of the backs of the buildings, A2, B2, B3, and C2? Okay.
That's slide 14.
That's the front.
That's the front.
That's the front of those buildings. We do not have a slide that shows, I guess, the back of those like a street elevation because it's Sonata Street, we can certainly do that for the next meeting. Be happy to do that.
Mention it because that was one of the things the caller was asking about from their point of view from the back.
And if that's a public alley, that also matters, doesn't it?
You have to.
Right. Given that you back up on a public alley, I think that also has to be considered, to Commissioner Kerm's point.
Alleys are private and they are not run through the city.
Thank you.
So an alley is between neighbors. We don't get into alleys at all.
Thank you.
I mean, perhaps it's more impact to the rear adjacent historic structures that we would want to consider what that impact might be.
Correct. But in terms of like an alley being.
No, not
public
the alley,
or- right.
not the alley. I'm referring to the back, rear elevation of the buildings, the
Which would
proposed
include
building.
the alley. You're going to see the alley and then you're going to see the structures.
I'm talking about the rear of
Yeah.
the proposed structures impact to the adjacent neighbors. I think that would be within something we would.
Oh, absolutely. There are rear elevations to these structures. Under each one of the building numbers. So this is B2, B3. So.
Thank you.
Front, both sides are apparently the same.
There you go.
And then we have a rear.
And the rear elevations are pretty consistent and similar between them. So for the purposes of this meeting, if that helps, the three are basically identical. And then the smaller one is the only change.
Can you
That
give us a
helps.
sense of the elevation of the buildings that these back up onto? The houses, yes.
I'm sorry, the elevation can have a couple different terms, but do you mean the back elevations of the buildings or heights or?
Yes, the height, so we can get a sense of how these relate in that context.
So if we go back to slide 16, are you referencing here if we were to continue that section and show the following property?
To the right.
Correct.
Yes.
So typically your purview is 360 degree from the middle of the front of the street. You can, if the applicant would like to provide that extra information, that's fine, but I don't think that we've ever really seen it where it continues towards the back of.
Got it.
Okay.
Wait,
I'll track that.
I'm sorry, I just want to follow up on that. When we've had ADUs that might infringe on the neighboring property, don't we take a look at that? Haven't we seen that? Yeah.
On a corner lot,
Well,
it's typically been on like a corner lot and then it's like, so you're seeing.
yeah, Cleveland would be a great example of that, where it wasn't just on the corner lot. It was also the clock design where we wanted to see the impact of those properties, of those buildings on the back, on the neighbors in the back. So I think that that's
That was
a,
along an alley as well. Did we do
yeah.
that one? Okay.
Just because we, much like this one, had neighbors in the back who are like, this is going to negatively impact my home. So I do believe that it makes sense to see that impact.
And what, I guess the previous one you guys were referring to on Cleveland
Uh-huh.
in Dilworth?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's so different neighborhood, right?
I own an office on that street. So I was curious.
Yeah, so you know, so it's where there's I don't know if it's still there, but a gray nondescript building now. There's another building that's going in there, and the neighbors in the back were saying, this is going to tower over my property.
Right.
And so we were able to take a look at that impact.
Sure.
Because it was included on the plans that we
Sure.
requested. So to Commissioner Holtz's point, I think in order to clear that up,
Yep.
because obviously it's an issue, it's something that we will want to see.
Sure. So if we could go to slide 18 just for 1 second. I'm just trying to be, so I think it's great. So you'd like us to show the impact on those homes that are
Yes.
way back there. Absolutely. We could do that.
I'd like to speak to a few of the standards too, this is why I'm struggling with those areas is, 6.10 for scale. Care should be taken to design larger scaled structures on the edges of the districts where residential streets meet corridors with different zoning. In these instances, the new building should use scale reduction techniques, massing, height, roof forms, materials, fenestration on elevations that face historic dwellings. And then 4, use scale reduction techniques on larger multifamily structures, particular on elevations that face historic dwellings. To me, that is exactly the standard we applied to the one we're referring to in Dilworth.
Okay.
And there was a reduction and a sensitivity to those neighbors behind that building. The other one would be 6.3, which is still under context. 6.3, number 2, which is when transitioning from single family to denser development areas that by zoning allow larger multifamily developments, the historic context surrounding the site must be respected in terms of height, massing, roof forms, and materials. And then 3, historic multifamily structures were designed to fit into the residential architectural character of the historic districts, and any new multifamily developments in the context of the historic district need to do the same. So the adjacent homeowners, that is their concern too. And that slide right there, 18, just speaks to that loud and clear. I mean, look at the density of that. I mean, those are single family residences all around there. And I think that you've made strides for sure. What, has already been said for the front elevations, but I think there's a struggle with the density of the overall and the sensitivity to the people that are adjacent.
That was also applied to the multifamily project that backed up to other homes in Dilworth on East Boulevard. By Copper, I can't think of the address.
The corner,
Uh-huh.
the one on the corner.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Lyndhurst.
yes.
I think the key element of this, as Commissioner pointed out, is the surrounding properties. It's not just the ones on the street with you. It is your neighbors to the rear.
So I think we definitely hear you, and I don't want to be contentious about this point, but I do want to emphasize though that there has been care of consideration for those neighborhoods in the back.
Is your microphone on?
It turned off on me. I'm sorry. Yeah, Abby must have turned it off. So what I was going to say is I don't mean this, we definitely hear you, and I don't mean this statement to be at all contentious, but I also don't want it to be like that we haven't heard the neighbors or that we haven't done things to reduce the scale of those structures in the back or try to be sensitive to that back, because we have. And I think if you look at the changes we made between this meeting, the last meeting and this meeting, reducing both the width, cutting the buildings in half, reducing the height significantly, we haven't put a balcony, for instance, on the back, which would be a great feature for those buildings to have, but it seems like the neighbors would prefer not to have that sort of level of interactivity. So we have done things like that. We have looked at the roof lines.
We get that. We're not saying.
I know, but like I said, I don't want to be contentious at all. I just really think it's important to note that the clients and us have definitely been respectful and heard that. And I think when we come back maybe next time with the additional information showing that section continuing further, that will help illustrate that point as well as so you get the idea of depth. I think that alley creates an additional, really that's an additional buffer and setback back there. So
We're in agreement. We're not disagreeing with you. We're saying we just need that information so that we can review it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you mentioned not having balconies, just to clarify on the rear elevation, is that ornamental or those Juliet? Oh, that's interior. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay.
That was actually one of the things I was speaking about from the last time. Last time we did have Juliet's back there. We took the Juliet's off the back buildings just again to try to respect what it seems like their wishes are.
Okay. And yeah, just to reiterate, we have said that you're going in the right direction. I think what we're also hearing is that there's more that can be done to continue to respect the surrounding properties, the adjacent properties. So both can be true.
Absolutely.
And I would add that our purview is to adhere, our job is to adhere to the standards. We may think it's fabulous what you want to do, and I really do appreciate the sensitivity to the you've given historically correct, you've related to the neighborhood as far as the multifamily that's existing really well. But we have to, our job is to just adhere to these standards that we've been given.
Yep. I think we're all on the same page.
All right. Other questions? Commissioner Barth. Oh, Commissioner Barth. I'm sorry.
This is Commissioner Kerm. I just have a question about the width of the driveway in the back between the two sets of buildings.
It's not a driveway.
It's not a driveway, that is green space. Are you talking about between buildings? I'm sorry.
B2 and B3.
B2 and B3?
So none of the units have garages.
Yeah, so between B2 and B3 is green space. And there'll be trees and plantings in there. None of the back buildings there have any garages.
Speaking of your internal alley,
Yeah.
how wide is your?
Correct, yes.
How wide is it?
20 feet. The minimum allowed.
Nope. I don't really have a lot of questions. I have a lot of comments, and I would agree with some of the comments that have been made about you guys making strides on the design. I think it's come a very long way. You know, a few of the things that I just kind of noticed from my architectural background is, you know, a lot, it would be repetitive, but I would say like on buildings B2, B3, C2, which are the back buildings, the back larger buildings, I probably would, speaking to the privacy of your neighbors, probably would a little more articulation on those elevations, pedestrian scale, just because we are so close to the neighbors. I think you all might want to do a little more investigation on how that connection between you and your rear neighbors is screened. And also just looking at the volume or the massing of those structures responds to your neighbors, as we've all said. There's a lot of detail stuff that I think we haven't gotten into that I have questions on, so I won't address that. Yeah. Building A1. I appreciate you stepping down to your neighbors to the left. I do think we need another restudy of the fenestration, particularly on the front.
I'm sorry, can you, just for that one, to expedite with
Yes,
that one,
the
can you
building
get into a little
A1.
more depth on?
Yeah, it's the
Why
building
that?
A1 we're looking at here. Looks like a duplex. We have two doors going in and one window serving both those units. Typically on a duplex situation, we'd see more fenestration on the front elevation.
Okay, we can definitely do that. We were just trying to keep it as simple as those houses next door, which don't have a lot of fenestration. So we're happy to provide.
Sure, and
more,
those are different
obvious.
style houses, so
Yeah,
you're
so we
responding to
can-
your architectural style.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we didn't go the wrong
And,
direction from your comment.
Thank you for reducing the scale of the multifamily buildings. I will point out other projects that have been successful, similar in scale. Granted, we have more units per parcel here, but 1518 Kensington and Plaza Midwood, also a quadplex. As we start to deliberate and as we look at the next phase of this, looking at detailing pedestrian scale, how to handle eave lines and details, porches, things like that, use that project as well as others and our guidelines as sort of a guide for helping to hone some of that stuff. And then not sure, I don't know how we feel about the surface parking on the rear units. I mean, I see your challenge there. It's like, where do you park then? So I don't know, typically we don't allow front yard parking. So, that would be the front yards of those units, but you're in looking at the parcel as a whole. Candace, I don't know if you can provide any feedback on that. That's something that we're likely going to discuss, and one thing I was going to bring up, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to think myself. I think that we haven't really gotten into parking on these larger multifamily or commercial projects. The underlining zoning takes care of parking on those projects.
Which that does relate to the zoning.
I, as one commissioner, think that that's putting the cart before the horse. There are bigger fish to fry here that could potentially impact the parking situation.
That's all my comments.
All right. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we're now closed. I think I've heard us all in one regard or another say that they made some progress. But we've kept it pretty high level still. So it sounds like there's more work that should be done at a higher level even before we can get into some of the details. And I think Commissioner Barth just mentioned some of the design elements that need to be addressed.
Can I maybe poll the board or the committee members? I think, at least from my perspective, when we're looking at the high level stuff, at least the front buildings have a way better feel. I think we need some more information on setbacks as it relates to the other structures and things like that, or at least just some more information that Commissioner Prati and some of the other commissioners brought up. I think it's the rear buildings where we potentially need some more information just as they relate massing wise and separation wise from the rear neighbors. I think we need to have a restudy of pedestrian scale and buffering as it relates to those rear buildings as well. And as far as a holistic approach without getting into the details, which is a whole nother topic, I think that's my main holdback on this one is just fully understanding what's going on and how this has impact to the privacy and the visibility of this project as viewed from those neighbors behind them.
I completely agree with you, Commissioner Barth, and I think that we should pause and take a moment to appreciate the fact that I don't think really ever gotten to the back buildings on many projects that have been proposed for this site. So that's a positive, but absolutely agree. I think that the buildings in the front, when we have all of the numbers associated with each property or each building on each property, each building along the streetscape, height, width, setbacks to porches and thermal walls. Once we have that, then we can get into the details of windows and materials and whatnot. But I'm in complete agreement with you that now our focus high level should be on the back buildings.
And just a clarification, you're wanting a height and width of the surrounding buildings on the same view.
Yes, yes, just so it's easier to reference and, you know, as we're accustomed to seeing it. I do know that they're there currently in different places, but to have one, at a glance, look at height with setbacks for not only the proposed properties, but for the neighboring properties on both sides of the street, that would be good. And also as it relates to the back buildings, especially because we have no idea really what's going on back there as it relates to the neighboring properties.
Yep.
Just to add to your commentary, also, there is no precedent for this type of development in this historic district. Is that correct?
Sure.
In terms of the density, the backyard development, the amount of units?
Not along that streetscape, but in that neighborhood, yes. So this is Wilmore. It was done along, and I hesitate to say it because it's a different vibe, if you will, but there was one along, West Boulevard? When I first came on board, that was one that we worked on. Candace?
Yes, it's along West Boulevard.
Along West Boulevard. So that's just an example off the top of my head. I believe we've done one other. So there is precedent for it being done. Just this is a different vibe than the one that I just mentioned.
Thank you, Commissioner Parati. That was my question was there any type of precedent that we could refer back to? And also to your point, this is a different context. This is a different development. Although it's in the same neighborhood, this will also in its own way set a precedent.
And the carriage house, the attached carriage house, we would want addressed with the front building.
Yeah, absolutely. And the interesting thing about that is the edge of the district, which allows for, and I hesitate to say, more. But again, then that sets off a whole domino effect because then that also impacts the other three buildings. But when you're at the edge of a district, you don't have to put the carriage house there. You can go harder, if you will, on that building as long as it steps down into the neighborhood. And that's one of the standards that's it's in our standards.
It's interesting, the carriage house relationship and the stepping down, that's what we look for the back. That's the relationship, not
true
to the non-historic commercial, stepping back. So that's the relationship. And another 6.8, number 3, I don't think I said this when I spoke, but the massing of historic multifamily buildings, typically duplexes and fourplexes in Charlotte, have similar massing as single-family dwellings in the district. So I mean, there's a lot of standards under context and scale and massing that just I can't get on board with. Just the scale of them, the scale and the massing of those units
in the back.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wojcik has been.
Well, I just wanted to clarify the setbacks that we're asking them for, because the way that they presented it in between the two structures themselves. It's like they did it from the middle of the road and then went both directions. And so I'm wondering if we could ask staff to give them an example of what we typically see and how we typically like to see it, just to make it more clear. Because sometimes the words that we say don't mean exactly what they're hearing.
That's really helpful. Yeah.
Okay. Would that be possible?
So you'd like them to submit setback diagram the way
we normally see it.
The way we normally see it. Because like on number 17, they're, I think, going kind of center of the road out and they're showing a consistent line, not showing where the house sits, but just a consistent line so that we can see that the houses are in and out. Whereas normally they would actually give us a dimension from their property line.
Correct.
To the thermal
Correct.
wall and to the porch wall.
I believe staff has provided that information, but we can do it again.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I don't disagree with pretty much what anybody has said. I think the rear elevations are very monochrome, I guess. But I'd also say the elevations, as always, do a disservice of what the reality is going to be here. I mean, it's a hip roof. It's 28 feet too tall. There's some sort of setback that they have right now that's probably in the 10-ish to 15 foot, and then another 8 to 10 foot alleyway. So elevations, they tell a lot, but they don't tell a lot also. There's a lot going that's going to be in real life that's not shown in this elevation is, I guess, my only point.
Are you saying we should have 3D images?
I always think that the perspectives are extremely helpful in this.
As do I. For those like me who cannot just envision it.
Well, the one thing that I would like to point out is that the front elevation that we are seeing here has a substantial foundation. And the way that the back buildings engage with the grade actually makes them shorter. So I think that's where the grade to the height is important. Because even though they're 2 stories, they're actually going to be shorter. So they will impact the properties behind them less. And so any of that kind of information is going to be helpful. Like in the section look on page 16. We have the project property. On the front hand side, you can see the street. There's a tree, a little person, and there's a bunch of steps that go up into the first floor. And then your grade is traveling up. And so by the time you go to the second building, it's consistent. But in the back, the height of that structure is substantially shorter because you don't have an elevation change to grade. So I think that is a benefit for them in terms of how they will affect the people behind them. And so that might actually be something that we would ask for as well, just to show the height to grade on the back.
Just to confirm, we're closed for deliberation. Okay. Okay, other comments?
They can't talk.
I think we've repeated some of the same things. So do we have a motion that we feel like we can put forward to move things along for the applicants?
I can make a motion, but I'm going to need a lot of help.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So I make a motion to continue this application for the following. 6.2, context. We would like to see the context of the back buildings. What are they numbered?
A2, B2, B3, C2.
Those buildings as they relate to the neighboring properties behind them. We'd also like to see the context as it relates to 6.5 setbacks to the neighboring properties, both on the side of the street where the subject properties are, as well as across the street. We would like to see the height and width also stated at a glance per HDC requirements. And let's include 6.6 spacing for that. And 6.9 height and width. We would like to so I've covered, let's see here. I'm going to stop it at 6.12 foundations. We'd like to understand how the foundations of the first 3 buildings plus the carriage house. Actually, I'm going to take the carriage house out of that. The first 3 buildings relate to their neighboring properties, and we'd like to see how the foundations of the back properties impact the height relative to the properties behind it. We are not reviewing this at this time for details. We are keeping it high levels so that we can, before moving further, make sure that all of the buildings on this particular property are within context of their surrounding areas.
I understand.
I included standards as I went along, but if you have additional ones, please.
Context was 6.3, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
And 6.8 for massing.
Okay.
1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Actually, the whole thing, 6.8, all of 6.8.
Okay.
6.10 for scale, numbers 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. I accept. Thank you. All right. Motion made by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins. Yes, vote to continue passes 9-0. Thanks for the work you've done so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just mentioning the back buildings, but I was like.
Can we go to?
You want a break? Okay. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the November 13th meeting. Our next application is 317 Westwood Avenue, and I believe our applicant is online.
Hi. If you could state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yeah, my name is Jake Saliani, and the address is 317 Westwood Avenue.
And have you been sworn in, Jake?
Not that I'm aware of. I didn't do anything.
Okay.
If you would raise your right hand and respond, I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, this project is at 317 Westwood Avenue, and it is for the proposal of the removal of 2 large canopy pecan trees located in the left side of the front yard. The diameter of the trees has not been provided, and both trees have already been removed. This project is considered an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits according to the design standards, as if it has not yet occurred. I'll leave it off to the applicant.
Yeah, so I mean, to be honest, I'm confused why we're having this meeting because when I spoke to the staff just through email about it, I discussed with them the likelihood of you guys approving this was pretty slim. So I took that and said I was okay with replanting them and that I'll go ahead and do that. And I was met with, I have to have a hearing to do so. And I asked what the hearing would be to accomplish, and no one ever could come up with an answer for me. So I actually waited a while to get an answer on that because I didn't think there needed to be a hearing since I agreed to replant them. And I racked up some late fees, and eventually I reached back out. Still kind of the same answer. I just was told that I have to have a hearing for whatever reason. I just have to go through the process when there's really nothing to have a hearing about because I'm just trying to replant the trees and get on with things. So at this point, I paid over $800 to have this hearing, and I have late fees too in the meantime, and I still don't know what this hearing is about.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Jake. I don't believe we have any callers.
Any what?
Oh, unknown callers. I don't believe we have anybody calling in about this application. So we'll kick it over to the commission.
All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
I have a question. This is Commissioner Sullivan. Mr. Saliani, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you questioned why we were here today, and not to belabor the fact, but your property does sit in a historic district. So changes to the property, and that would include the structure, the trees, or anything else that falls under the purview of the historic district, does need to be approved, either by staff if it's a change that staff can approve on their own, or by the commission or hearing.
I don't know if that's why we're here on the meeting today in the hearing, though. I mean, I think that's the reason that I have to replant them is because we're in a historic area, and I understand that. But my question was why we have to have a hearing about it when I already agreed to before the hearing.
So just as a reminder to the members of the commission, as their attorney, I cannot advise members of the public. I can only advise you. But just for the commission's knowledge, and again, as a reminder, as I imagine you all know, state law and our city ordinances require that any changes, whether that is the removal, the replanting, the modifications to structures that sit in historic districts have to be reviewed, approved continued or denied by the Historic District Commission. And as such, even in this particular situation where it may sound like the applicant is in a place where they are willing to move forward to the next step to replant, the case still needs to be heard by the commission to ensure that review the application and see if it meets the standards and for the commission to make a decision appropriately with that. Now, as far as the applicant goes, if they have any additional questions about the process, I would refer them to staff as well as the available resources that are in the city's webpage.
Yeah, I understand that. But I also understand there can be things approved at the staff level, or is that incorrect? Because I also took down a garage that I did get approved by the staff, and that was just simply done through emails.
Again, I cannot advise members of the public. I can only advise the commission. So I would refer you to staff and to the resources that are available for the members of the public. However, if the commissioners would like to continue the review of the case, I would leave it up to the chair to determine the next step forward.
That question was mainly for the commission to answer.
So the garage was approved through the proper process of a COA that the applicant submitted and then got approval for the removal of the garage. The reason that we are having this hearing is because it's considered an after the fact. The trees were removed without permission, without a COA. The applicant would like to replant. And so I think that we should just move forward and get to the point where the commission makes the decision for replanting, if that's the commission's decision. And
we'll go from there.
We'll go from there.
Thank you so much, Candace. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Can we get verification on the diameter of the tree or the circumference of the tree? That wasn't, we didn't have that documentation. Do you know the size of the tree that was cut down?
No, I don't have the measurement on me.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we are now closed for deliberation. So seeing as that we don't have the necessary information in order to approve the application for removal.
I believe if you look at your staff memo, it'll give you a path forward.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So, commissioners, do we have a motion?
I'll take a stab at that one. Question before I consider that. Can we?
Turn your mic on.
Can we move forward? We don't have a tree plan or any of what we would normally have in order to move forward with an approval. So would it make sense to deny and make those requests in the motion? Yes. All right. All right. So this is Commissioner Sullivan. I move to deny this application. The proposed project is incongruous with the historic district standards. Application to removal of large canopy trees in the front and rear yards is incongruous with design standards for trees, 8.5 numbers 1 and 2. We will ask the applicant for a certified arborist letter documenting that removal of trees after the fact was necessary due to disease or damage to structures or other reasons. Also that we should note that the tree was removed. The tree removals in this case occurred prior to approval by the commission. A new application for replanting is required. and that is per design standards for trees 8.5 number 6. Applicants should provide a replanting plan to staff that includes replanting of at least one large maturing canopy tree on the property. The new tree to be selected from the approved plant species large maturing canopy tree list is outlined in the Charlotte Land Development and Standards Manual. And the replacement tree should be approximately 2 to 3 inches caliper in size and planted during the next replanting season.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion?
So just to clarify, we're okay with one replanting of one tree? Two trees, okay. And just so that the board knows, since these trees were removed quite a bit of time ago, getting a letter from a certified arborist is probably not going to happen at this time, but we appreciate the standards being read for that requirement.
I think you may also need to amend your motion to remove that requirement and just, if it's possible to restate the reason that you are making this motion to deny as it is stated in the staff memo number 2A. That may be more helpful in terms of establishing what was needed and what ultimately is missing.
All right, I motion to amend my motion to limit our recommendations to number 2A, which is, I'm sorry, no, 2A would be the certified arborist's letter. So we're eliminating 2A.
So you're not requiring one, but if you read through it, it states that a certified arborist letter documenting that removal is needed due to disease, documented damage to a historic district structure, or other reasons was not provided and tree removal occurred without prior approval. That is essentially the reason why you guys are denying. So you may want to state it in your motion so that it's clear once a decision letter is being crafted, what is the factual basis for your decision?
Understood. All right, continuing with the amendment to my motion, the reasons for denial, specifically 2A, we are denying the application. The removal of trees is incongruous with design standards for trees 8.5, numbers 1 and 2. And we, because these trees were removed quite some time ago, we will not require a certified arborist's letter.
Friendly amendment, Commissioner Sullivan. It's not that we won't require it because it was removed a while ago. It is because it was removed a while ago and we don't have it is why we're denying it.
Thank you, Commissioner Parati. Amending further, we are not requiring a letter, not because we are removing or not saying the standards are applicable, but because the tree removal was quite some time ago. Is that right?
We require the letter.
We require, okay.
But because the trees were removed some time ago and we were never given a letter, we are denying it.
Well said. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Sullivan, seconded by Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Any further discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to deny passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is at 3105 through 3121 Collier Place, the Van Landingham Townhomes. And I believe the applicant is online.
Commissioners, just very quickly, this application, I believe we are asking for as-built drawings. And it doesn't appear that we've received those. So my question, I guess I want to kind of poll commissioners, do we hear this case or not? So Commissioner Holtz, do you have your mic on?
Given that we do not have sufficient information, I
Don't think we should.
don't think we should hear the case.
Okay, Commissioner Holtz, does anyone feel this differently? That we should hear it, having, not having the as-built?
Submitted.
Can you mute this person, please?
Do we know?
We have not started on this case yet.
We requested, do we know ask your question again?
The status of like, we're getting them next week.
We've asked for them for quite some time at this point, and we still are not getting actual as-built drawings. That's kind of the issue.
Staff would like to clarify that we've received drawings, but we do not feel that they are utmost accurate as-built drawings.
Correct, okay. I will put the word accurate as-built drawings. I don't think that we've received those, unless somebody thinks otherwise.
No, so whether we get them next week or 2 weeks from now, we don't have them today.
We don't have them today.
I think the thing is we have drawings, but they're not accurate and they don't reflect all the as-built conditions. So it would be sort of a waste of time for us to review something that it doesn't reflect what we asked for, which is accurate and correct as-built conditions.
And just to clarify, as a question for staff, are accurate as-built drawings necessary for a complete application?
Yes.
So based on staff's latest statement, if you do not have accurate as-built drawings, it does appear that you may have an incomplete application. And generally pursuant to your rules of procedure, you require a complete application before you begin the review of a particular application. Because once you begin the review of an application, the time frame for 160 to 180 days decision starts.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Hewitt, and thank you, commissioners, for your input. So with that, I don't believe that we have enough information in order to hear this application. So it is I believe the commission's decision that we not hear this case until we receive accurate as-built drawings.
I would recommend that you make a motion.
Okay.
And that can be to the extent of moving to defer the consideration of
Okay.
this case as the application is incomplete until you receive accurate as-built drawings.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. Yes, please.
So Commissioner Holtz makes a motion to defer the hearing of this application until complete and accurate as-built drawings have been submitted, as well as anything else needed to complete this application.
Motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sullivan. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell? Commissioner Holtz? Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Vote to defer passes 10-0. Thank you.
Candace, would it be appropriate to ask a question about that project? Just a very basic question? No. Okay.
Our next application is 1913 Wooddale Terrace. And
The applicant is in the room.
the applicant is in the room.
Where do I need you?
You press the button to make it turn green, but I'll introduce you. Okay. This next project is at 1913 Wooddale Terrace, and it is for a painted brick on the exterior of the home. This application is an after-the-fact review with the commission reviewing the project as if it has not yet occurred. And I'll leave it to you.
State your name and address for the court reporter.
Yes.
And you've been sworn in.
I have been, well, I did it online. I've been listening all day. So I said it there
Okay.
many times. My name is Tyler Garnett. I live at 1913 Wooddale Terrace. And I would like to go on the record by saying that I'm super nervous because I don't do public speaking or groups of all that. So please, excuse me if I'm stuttering or anything like that. Do I need to explain the case? Okay, so this is my little presentation that I made up. We moved into our house in 2015, and my wife and I call it our first and our forever home because we plan on being there for a while. But we inherited a lot of issues with the house being as old as it was. So the first thing that we started to do is take a look at the exterior of the house. And there was just a lot of damage in the bricks, and the mortar was splitting apart and that. And so when we had the house appraised, when we were in the crawl space, the I don't know if it's the insurance guy or the appraised guy said, like, look, you've got water issues. If you know Wooddale Terrace, we live on a hill, so all of the water flows from one lot to the next, and we were getting a lot of water underneath the house. So my first thing I wanted to do was just to fix that, because at the time we had 2 small children and my wife was pregnant with our third. So we went around and started to do repairs on the foundation underneath the ground level to fix those cracks. But as you guys might imagine, when you start to look closer to something, one thing leads to another. And so, and just going around the house, I was like, oh, the stairs are cracked. Oh, we have huge holes that we could see through in all of these places. That house also lives on a hill. So it's like part of the laundry room, which was probably at one time back in the day, a deck or something like that, was starting to kind of slide and split. And so we went to repair that. When we were, had somebody do tuck point, I'm so sorry, I don't know the terms, tuck mortar or something. The mortar that they put in was mismatched in what was there. And so you started to get this kind of tan gray look that was going all over the house. And so I don't know if I had to do something with the sand or whatnot, but you can just see that the house became more and more like kind of like a quilt. And not only that, but in the sinking of the house and the age, let me get my thoughts straight here. The distance or the regulation or what's supposed to be required for like the distance of the bricks was completely inconsistent all over the place. I'm sorry that it's so small, but if you were to read these or if you have it in front of you, you'll see there's a lot of differences in the spacing between bricks and the alignment of the bricks and the replacement of the bricks. This was all, some of it was done by me in repairs and some of it was done before. You can see broken bricks there. I mean, I'm almost running out of Post-it notes to show all this, and I was trying to get like close-ups of that, but then also to say the amount of things to do. So as we went through, you can see the back of the house here. Well, I hope you guys can see, but there's mismatch in the whole back wall is completely mismatched, as well as along the window sills in the back there. along the top of the line. I'm mentioning all this. I swear I'm not rambling too much, but I'm going somewhere with the points of all this stuff. You can see the mismatch there as well. And then, who's driving? Okay, can you can you go to the next? We might have to circle back around because I'm not exactly saying this the best. Also, we had a problem with bats, and this was kind of like a scary, crazy thing because we have mice and we have bats living in our house at one time. The point, the ease of the house had spacing in it. There was issues with the chimney. And so we had to live with bats for a little while because apparently bats are like endangered or something like that, and you can't kick them out. And so when they finally migrated on, we had that repaired as far, and our window as well. So as you can see, these are my mouse holes in the bottom. We had our battle with mice that we eventually ended up winning, thank goodness. Long story short, lots of repairs, lots of replacement of brick, lots of point. Thank you. It was mismatched. There's a fancy word that you have in your application that I can't remember, disparaging or something like that. Yes, it was all of that. When we painted, if you want me to go back to the top, that all went away. It is a white house. Now, I'm completely in the wrong for doing this without asking for permission, and that's clearly why I'm sitting here. But I would say that if you check your standards of why you're allowed to paint a house, I think I take those boxes as far as the mismatching, the bricks, the issues and everything that we had in that. And so I guess that to bring it to a close, I guess I'm here asking that I can refer back to those points in the historic thing that so sorry, I'm going to take a breath, that allow you to apply for painting in that way. And I would like to point out one more thing, and this is neither here nor there, but the very last thing, if you don't mind, Elizabeth, going down, I live on a street, just throwing this out there, that has 9 to 12 painted houses on there. So in taking into consideration, I am definitely not as eyesore as far as Wooddale Terrace. It is probably the most painted street in all of Wilmore, which has nothing to do with me, but it is just a fact that I would like you to consider. Anything else? You read my thing. Okay.
Anyone to speak for or against this application?
We don't have any unknown callers.
You were doing really good until you showed us the other houses that were painted. I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm just kidding. You did great. All right.
I don't know if your neighbors will feel that way.
Oh, well, some of them I believe are grandfathered in and other ones are receiving fines. I have not narked anybody out. They have all said to me, yes.
I just want to say, I think,
It's every man for himself on this one.
I think you should speak publicly more often.
Oh, my
because
goodness.
I think that this is the most humorous application session we've had.
Well, I was definitely told to try to be myself, and that is what I'm doing.
All right. Questions for the applicant?
I have a question for our masonry expert on staff. Candace, given this application, if the applicant had come to the historic district staff prior to, what would have been your solution to that particular problem?
Short of like removing the mortar and putting back mortar that matches or bricks that match, that's basically what we would require. Yeah. So repointing to match and relaying brick to match.
So does that mean that this was another option outside of painting the brick?
Yes, but I think that the applicant stated that some of the work was done before he owned the property. So anything new from when he took over the property, we would have directed him to match the original house and the original mortar color.
However, the work that was done prior to him taking over could not be corrected.
If the applicant didn't want to correct it, we could not make him correct it.
However, at that point, then the whole idea of disparate parts would have been moot because it was a choice that the applicant made.
But not this applicant, a previous applicant.
I don't think you get the coursing to line up either, just by pointing up everything. You may get the mortar to match closer, but your coursing, short of stripping the house, you're not gonna get the coursing to match. It's not gonna happen.
So rebuild it, there's always you can tell.
Okay, so the questions are meant to define whether or not the disparate parts would have remained disparate had the tack pointing occurred. And you're saying essentially yes.
If the applicant didn't go a step further and correct what the previous owner had done, then yes, you would still see those old repairs that this applicant didn't do. You would see those.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Bill?
We're open, right? Okay.
Yes.
So the mortar changes, the mortar filling in you did, correct? Like your contractor did?
My contractor, yes. So there's basically, you're looking at, and the way I see it, two types of repairs. One, you have a bunch of cracks in the house that need to be repaired. And so that would be mortar repair that I did, which was mismatched. But then you also have a lot of bricks that were mismatched. If we can go back to the back of the house, like this is just a kind of a clear example of easy to see. All of this mismatch and disparaging was there before I bought the house. And so you have bricks that mismatch, and then you have mortar that mismatches. I would probably say that the mortar that mismatches would probably be what I did because it was newer than the 1940s or whatever there. But then you also have large swaths of brick that somebody did at some point in time. That was my son's birthday party, by the way. I don't think he's.
If you could take the mic with you, that's fine. When you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's my son's birthday. But anyway, there are a number of places around the house that were already mismatched. And so in a way, you kind of straddle that line between what I did to fix the house and then what was done beforehand. It's just for information for the commission.
Slide 12.
So then I guess this is to Candace, then how, if part of the disparate was done by the applicant, part not, is there a way to, or do you just look at, because in the standards is that provided is not of one's own doing. So how do we tease that out?
Yeah, so I think that's going to be up to the commission to decide if the previous owner's work was enough to paint this structure regardless of or if you felt like he just added more to it and the paint should be removed. It's probably just for the commission. It would probably be, it's easier to, well, depending on the type of mortar, repointing a joint as opposed to matching brick and rebuilding. Repointing is going to be easier in the grand scheme of the work, easier thing to do. But it sounds like that's the only thing that he did wrong. This applicant took on the brick and the previous repairs are from the previous owner, so.
Thank you for making that clear, because if we rule in favor of the applicant, I want it to be clear that it's not because he's charming and a good speaker. And that it actually does not, that this is one of those rare instances where our standards support the painting.
Can I say one more thing as well? There are cracks that I've fixed, but as far as like this wall here with the blue and green lines, I saw this in another applicant's thing, so I totally stole it. But if you look at these blue and green stripes of tape, that wave of what it is that not even was also not me. So I was basically in charge of all cracks and things falling apart. But or I should say I'm at fault for those things, but also these mismatch of that work there was also done before me. If we're going to drill down into what happened when, just want to point that out.
And y'all, just for clarity, I'm just curious too, that whole street, he's right. I mean, it's just amazing. How many of those painted houses were prior to Wilmore being a historic district?
Okay. There were 9 houses shown in that example, and 2 of them are violations that we're working with, and then the rest are all painted pre-district.
Other questions for the applicant before we close? All right, we're now closed for deliberation. As one commissioner to my fellow commissioners, I see the case being made for disparate, still spelled the same. Exactly. Disparate parts of this home. I would be interested to see what others think.
So it is different brick colors, like if it was just different brick colors, would we say okay without the mortar? We would, or some people would, some people.
Well, let's define disparate.
I mean, they don't, so this might be just the like some just look old, clearly some are older than others, I guess is what it looks like.
What about broken brick?
I think it's gonna depend on the brick, like that wire scratched on the back versus a smooth brick is gonna be a big difference. I mean, it's a texture difference. It's just just a big difference, Some brick has a little bit different color and it's okay. Some brick has a big different color and it's not okay. So it depends on the brick. I think like slide 13 where you have a 1-inch mortar joint and a 6/10, I'm not sure what that is, but a smaller mortar joint. I think we don't know if that was done before or after, but that's whether it's a gray mortar or a buff mortar, that size difference in mortar joint is going to jump out at most people, no matter what the color mortar is. You're going to say, oh, that's a patch or that's a repair. Your eye's going to see that.
Agreed. So and this might be dumb, but I just want to be clear. The definition of disparate is that there is disjointed, is not a continuous
pattern.
Pattern or look and feel. I still say that that's what's represented here, but and I understand that some of it was the applicant's attempt to correct things, address things, but some of it he's showing was there before him. So.
I agree with you, Commissioner, Chairperson Hawkins.
I agree as well.
I think the compounding disparities between the mortar, the bricks, the patches, do merit, your position.
The waviness.
Yeah, but it's,
Yeah.
again, the compounding disparities, because I
Yeah.
want to make it clear that this is a very unusual case and should not be a precedent for future consideration.
Well stated, Commissioner Holtz.
Is your microphone on, Commissioner Holtz? I think the world needs to hear that.
That last part.
I think this should be considered as a case with many multiple compounding disparities that would merit the applicant's painting be accepted. And that we clearly say that the number of issues the applicant encountered in the condition of the brick and the mortar and the waviness and the patches make this a one-off case and not suitable as a precedent for future consideration.
That sounded like such a great motion. It did.
So one thing before you move forward, because I think the question was brought up, I did a quick overlook of the standard in 5.8 as well as your definition section in the back of your standards, and there is no separate definition for the word disparate as it relates to this in the standard. So in a situation like that, it would be up to the commission to read the entirety of that sentence and arrive at a consensus as to how you are going to interpret it. The other thing that I would like to point out, particularly as it relates to this exception, is that it states here, painting brick may be considered if documentation shows it will unify disparate parts of the building, provided the disparate work is not of one's own doing. However, what I'd like to sort of emphasize there is the word documentation. And so however you ultimately consider this case, it may be useful as a starting point or as a point moving forward to want future applicants to provide some form of documentation showing the work they've done so that it can potentially get you guys to a place where you can identify, okay, what has been done by a particular applicant versus what may have been done by somebody else before. It's not to say that you need that right now. Again, you ultimately can decide how to interpret that standard and what do you need to move forward. But it is a suggestion because it does seem like part of your discussion right now is trying to arrive at what is the appropriate amount of an individual's work that is before you today versus work that may have been done by an applicant that is not before you. That could be one way of bridging that gap.
Absolutely, especially since the standard references as long as it's not based on one's own doing. So having that going forward, I think is an excellent approach.
I want to add for context, an application we saw some years ago where an applicant was claiming that their home had disparate parts. The foundation was one particular type of brick, the chimney was another one, and then the actual house, other parts of the house were yet a third. And we said, that's not disparate because those are separate parts of the house. That is not the case here. So I want that on record as well.
Excellent points, commissioners. But Commissioner Holtz, I think you had the makings of a motion, and we will support you.
Okay. So I move that we approve this application after the fact because it is not incongruous with the Secretary of Interior standards, given paint and building materials 5.8.
given that painting may be considered if documentation shows it will unify the disparate parts of the building, providing the disparate work is not of one's undoing. The applicant has provided ample documentation of both the disparate condition and that it was done over a period of many years and owners, and that the painting that has been done now does help to unify that condition and is consistent with, and is therefore consistent with the standards.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Holtz, seconded by?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Bell? Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes, vote to approve passes 10-0. Thank you, sir.
Y'all use a lot of big words.
You're good.
You're good.
Yes. Do not do this. Yes. Come to staff. I wanted to do an amendment and add in, to the community service and all of Wilmore, they're in a historic district that they can't paint.
I did tell them though, when they've asked me what to do, Elizabeth has been great to work with. I was like, I've been working with them, I've been going back and forth, done the best I can to try to present with that. That's kind of what you do. And then I had to, have my wife just convince me to like, feel okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next application is 1561 Wilmore Drive, and I believe the applicant is online. Angie, are you online?
Is this gonna be our last one?
Do you want it to be?
I think we need it to be.
How long do we expect this one to take? Okay.
Maybe like 45 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So it sounds like this will be our last case for the evening. 1561 Wilmore will be the last case for this evening. Cases 12, 13, and 14 will be heard at the beginning of the December meeting. Thank you. Angie, are you online?
I am.
Okay. Okay, again, this is 1561 Wilmore Drive. This project is in 3 parts. It's the addition of a rear cross gable dormer, or cross gable with dormer, I apologize. Rebuilding the existing rear covered porch with a wood deck, and then changes to basement windows. Angie, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter, and let me know where you'd like to start on each of these 3 parts.
Sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208.
And Angie,
I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
I do have Lori Milam and Nate Milam on as well. They are the owners, if they want to swear in as well.
Have they been, Lori and Nate, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I've been sworn in. Thank you.
Okay. If you would like to speak, please state your name and address for the court reporter.
Sure. My name is Lori Milam, and my address is 1561 Wilmore Drive, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Okay. And Nate?
I'll be speaking on behalf of both of us.
Okay. Thank you.
And Lori, could you turn your turn your camera on for us, please?
Yeah. Sorry about that. It says it's on. Let me see if, sorry, really bright. Is that working now?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. Angie, if you'd like to let me know where you'd like to start.
Sure. So before you, you have a house, a 1933 Craftsman style. This is a little bit of a unique lot. We always get the unique ones. It's not as deep as the other lots on the block. To its south is a church parking lot. To its west is a house, I believe, that was moved, and Lori can confirm that. It's not original to the property. It was a relocated house. To its east, there is an original two-story house. Not quite sure of the date, but I believe it is pre 1929. And I'm actually just going to have you jump to some of the Sanborn map information because I think this is critical. So slide 10. Just to kind of give you a paper history of this property. So there was originally to its to the south, there were homes. They've been since removed. It's now a asphalt parking lot. And if you zoom in on this, so 1929, you can actually see the house to its right, which is a two-story house. So the house in question is in red. It says one-story, two-story house, and then other two-story homes that are within the block, and they're depicted in green. So 1929 and 1951 Sanborn maps. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention so that when we talk about height, scale, mass, that we do keep that in mind as well. Slide 11. And slide 11, again, this project, I think, came to us maybe right before or right about the time UDO was really being enforced. So we have on here, we show the two different setbacks. One was the original, which doesn't count anymore. But if it had been, we would not be able to do anything because it is an encroachment of the rear setback. Since the new UDO, if you can zoom in on this slide, you can see that the rear setback is at 30 feet and the house is at setback. And there is nowhere to go. And I know that part of the guidelines are to go, or the standards, I should say, are to explore options to extend the house to the rear. That is not an option here. Now, we did this, this is going to be a part A and a part B. So the rear porch, what can encroach in a rear setback is unheated square footage, as long as it doesn't encroach no more than 25% of its depth and no more than 50% of its width with unheated square footage. And so the deck on the back, which is a covered porch, is to be rebuilt. And we're going to kind of eat into that extra foot or so that we have to make that porch a little bit bigger than it is. And so the 30-foot setback, and you can see in the in here, we also have a change of roof plane. So currently it's a shed, I believe, on the back, and it goes to, and we're turning it into a gable. So one of the studies on this, I'm going to have you go actually to slide 13, if you will, first. So slide 13 is the side view elevation. And we did quite a few studies because we can't go out back and we can't go forward. The only option is to go up a little bit. But we knew that we couldn't start the cross gable any further than the rear thermal wall. And to have it only go 2 feet, 30 inches, 36 inches or so would end in a very awkward position over that front right window that you can see. So that gable is from a study of a variety of heights, and where that front gable end, where the eave would end. And so we felt like it needed to end in front of the window, because if it ended behind the window, you would get very little height on the house. And so I know that it's 4'7", but one of the things that I do want to affirm is that the house next door is an original 2-story house. We do not know what the height of the house to the right is at this point because it's since gone and has been replaced with the house that you see today. This house is unique. It does have 10-foot ceilings on the first floor versus 9, like most of the other homes of this era. And therefore, the volume under the existing roof is minimized by that extra foot. So it has 10-foot original ceilings, 10-foot walls, and then you go up, and there was very, very little headroom once you got up there. And there was only a scuttle to get into the attic. There's not even a pull-down stair. And so you basically had to crawl into a closet, if I believe correct, or like in the hallway to get upstairs. So what we decided to do was add a cross gable, which is not uncommon for additions that we have done. And because if you had to backload it, you'd gain nothing, right? So we did strategically pick this specific point for that cross gable to engage into the front gable of this house. On the back, we do have a shed dormer, and that shed dormer does not have full plate height. But as you can see, there's a dotted line above that singular window that you can see that the ceiling slopes on the back window. So going to slide 12 now, jumping to slide 12, if I may. This is the front elevation. We did want to keep the front elevation as pure as possible, no changes at all. The only change we made was there is a vent above the hip porch, and we are using the same opening and converting that into a window, and that is to allow minimal light into what you can see where the sidewalls are. Those dotted lines to the left and right of window E, that's the height of those walls. And so you have like bare head height to get into this attic space, which we are using that square footage internally in the house. There is original German lap siding below, and there's cedar shake above. Nothing changes on the front elevation. On the side cross gable, we are stepping the wall in the 5 inches on the side, so it is not coplanar, so that we can keep a roof detail. And you can see that actually in the 3D model that the owners had done. So if you go to the 3D model, which is page 16, excuse me. It just gives you kind of a general idea of the slope from the front to the back, the porch gable on the back, and then the fenestration for the dormer along the back of the house. Now, mind you, this house faces a parking lot. The back of this house faces a church parking lot that is actively used. And again, to the east of it is a original two-story house. And so what we wanted to, present to you was something that was as modest as it can be to gain some volume upstairs to make it viable to use, knowing that we cannot go out any further to the rear. There are original windows on the back of the house that have been closed off in the basement. So there were windows there. I don't know exactly what the style of window. We're going to assume that they are 8/1, but you can actually see in the painted brick that there is detail of where a window would have been, so on the rear. And there's a door. There's a basement door. It's a little bit shorter than typical, but it would be restored, replaced. And there's some photos, I believe, of that, Candace. Slide. Yes. Slide 8. So if you zoom in very, very tight on slide 8, you'll see shadowing of what is a window. you can see it filled in. We just talked about painted brick and mismatched mortar and misaligned joints. This, you can actually see where the window was, and we would be replacing the window in what we feel is the original opening. And you can actually see it from the inside in the crawl space as well. And on the right side, yep, right there, you can actually see another window that had been replaced. Now there's vents in there, but we do plan on using this space under the house, storage, workshop, yard space, but bringing light in and natural light into the basement of this house. The German lap siding is original. We do plan on going back with a German lap and only keep the shakes to the front. Let's see, the shed dormer on the back. The windows are 8/1. They will be wood windows, manufacturer to be determined at this point. But nonetheless, we do plan on going back with wood windows to match. Lori, I think that's it. I do want you to jump in and add to as well. Lori, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't unmute myself.
Go ahead.
No, I think you covered most everything. I do have a statement I'd like to make when the time is appropriate, so you let me know. But just exactly what Andrew went over. It's been really interesting sitting on this meeting as well as other meetings, and kind of listening to some of the other cases as well. We've tried to listen to a lot of previous cases and current cases and hear kind of where they've needed to revise. And two of the things brought up in today's meeting, Angie touched on already with our house. One, we are not a corner lot. However, with our visibility to Park Avenue due to the surface parking lot behind us, which I'll mention, I think we all know is part of the historic district. However, it is part of a much larger church campus that we're adjacent to. Due to that, you can see the back of our property pretty clearly. So we really wanted to work on kind of this back elevation, rear elevation, and make sure, even though we're not a corner lot, that it resonated well with the character, since it'll be visible to public right of way. That was one thing. The second thing is just the general character and charm of these 1930s homes. We're really proud to live in a historic home. My husband and I, who is on the call, have done a lot of upkeep on this house to maintain what Angie mentioned, the historic windows, the original front porch, and numerous other things. So as much as we were a little bit torn as do you keep a small house, Angie really opened our eyes to keeping that character and being able to allow our family to grow in this house. So we hope you can see that the historic charm and character still comes through. We did put together those perspectives on page 16 to really give a sense of what this would look like, at a human scale. Obviously, the elevations are to study and review with the requirements, but when we mention that additional height difference, you can really tell kind of in the lower left, if you were in the street or on the sidewalk across the street, that height difference is much less in perspective than it would be shown on a straight on elevation.
Yeah, and I think too, there's a grade change difference. There is a fence, so you can't really see into the backyard, and there is shrubbery along the back. And Candace, I'm not sure if you're able to pull up a streetscape of the adjacent homes too, and you can see kind of the heights across the street, everything within a 360, but there is some undulation on the block. It is not the tallest house. It is not the shortest house on the block. It does have its, adjacent home that it is historically a 2-story house. And I think that's one thing that good, it benefits us. And again, that corner house is not original. And if you kind of look at the bottom of slide 9, there you could see the adjacent home is not original to the block. So it's surrounded by shrubbery on the back. On the south side, it is asphalt and again heavily used. And your view of this property is limited, as you come down Wilmore Drive and then as you go up on Park. So just want that to kind of make that a point. So. There is one more thing. Sorry, there is one more thing. You had mentioned in your staff recommendations or staff notes, the spacing between the windows. Yes, we're not opposed to spreading the mold to the 5.5 or even 6 inches, whatever is, appropriate and historically accurate to a grouping of windows. But it is on the south side to let light in what is going to be a minimal loft at the top of the stairs.
Thank you, Angie. We do not have any unknown callers.
All right. Hi, Angie.
Hi, Kim. How are you?
This is Nichelle.
Oh, hey, Nichelle. I'm sorry.
So, 2 questions. The addition, I know there's a standard that talks about attempt to attach new additions or alterations to existing buildings in such a manner that if such additions or alterations were to be removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired. Do we feel like this addition how would we avoid that with this addition?
So one of the things is that you can still identify the original roof from the front, but there's no logical stop and start to the back, right? So that gable, even if we were to move it in on the rear plane, it ends or stops and starts at a very odd position. The one thing that we did do is we did bring the gables in on the side, although historically that gable would be coplanar, right? As if it was a primary gable, if that was the original house. So to answer your question, it would just be a matter of documentation, because if you were to remove this roof, the original house is visible from the front. I know. So,
okay.
and I wish I had a different answer for you, honestly, because we can't go back. There's nowhere going back. And if we did reduce if we brought the gable in, I think, and we've done these studies, we did many, many studies, and even, kind of working a little bit with staff to say, okay, well, if you bring it in, it looked even odder. It didn't look like it belonged, and that felt like it was out of place. So there are other homes on this block that we put examples of in our comparison sheets, and I want to say page maybe 3, that have a very, very similar elevation. So I'm sorry, not page 3. Keep going. Page 9, where you can actually see there are other homes that have cross gables. Oh, wait. There's actually, where'd it go?
That's one right there, right?
So literally just down the road, I want to say 1600 block has Where'd they go?
Michelle, can I say something?
Okay.
Hey,
go ahead.
Angie,
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Wojcik. It
Yeah.
looks like 1529 on the same street has the existing condition that you're proposing to create. Is that do you know if that's a historic house?
I want to say, Lori, do you know
I
for
think
sure?
it
I know
is.
there's a house
As
that's
soon as
almost
I
identical to what we're proposing, just down the road.
1529.
It's yellow, right?
Yeah, the
Isn't it
yellow house.
Yeah, it's the yellow house. It's the one that you can't see.
The crepe myrtle, the beautiful crepe myrtles
Yeah,
covering it up.
you can't see it if you rotate your view. It's on the left if you're going. I believe that is it, Commissioner Wojcik, because there were 2 or 3 on the block that we used as an example. No,
Across the street.
it's across the street.
Yeah, and I think 2 houses down.
It's behind the crepe myrtle.
To the right of the greenhouse.
Yes. Keep going.
Oh my
The
gosh,
right.
it's funny you can do winter time.
One more,
It's
yeah.
that one right there. There you go.
Yep.
To the,
Turn back, go back over.
yeah.
Just trying to get a good angle.
Stop, go.
There you go.
There.
There you go.
There. Yeah.
And that's a historic.
As far as I know, it is.
Like it?
There it is.
There you go.
The one next to it is not, as you can tell
got a
from
shed
this,
door
it was
right
built in 2017, I believe, but this one is original and they have very similar massing and composition from the front facade, side facade, and that one angle you just had was even the rear facade with the, Angie, I always get this wrong, but the shed roof coming off.
So the question though that I do have is what's being proposed here is to raise the ridge line like over 4 feet,
7.5.
4 feet, 7, oh my gosh, almost 5 feet.
Yes.
For the
Yeah.
the last third of the house.
And so the reason is if you start at the back and work your way up, and you only go up 2 feet, 2.5 feet, 3 feet, it ended in the middle of that front window. So the lower front, yeah, there was, it had to clear that window. So we, the lesser of 2 evils is where do you want that rake to come down? We certainly don't want it to bear on top of a window. And it just became the logical stop and start. It's really kind of putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And so for my fellow designers and architects on the commission, not asking you to design it, but asking you to understand. So you look at those walls internally, those dotted lines, they're actually barely at 5 feet internally. And so we have minimal space to work, right? So you're kind of trying to fit everything into a box. If I lower it to 3 feet, it doesn't work with the windows. If I, that 4'6", 4'7" was the sweet spot, and knowing that the house next door was a 2-story house historically, and getting some, guidance and feedback from a preliminary, we felt like that was a good stop and start. Also, the other thing that we did is we didn't engage the back shed at the ridge like we could have. So we're trying to keep everything as low profile as possible. So, normally we bring that shed up to, 4 to 6 inches from the ridge, but also to minimize that was to lower that shed roof as well.
I did just want to add one thing to that, Angie, and apologies. I know this is viewed as hearsay because it's coming from a neighbor, but we do have multiple neighbors' support of this that they can document and provide as needed. But in one of them, our next door neighbor to the left, that original 2-story house, in his note, which again, apologize, it's hearsay, but they are at 1557 Wilmore, and that house has the original 1933 height that is still 5 feet over our proposed design. So we will still be 5 feet shorter in height than the original 1933 house next to us. And for what it's worth, you know, it's always great to have awesome neighbors and neighbors that are friends. And we also have the support of our neighbor to our right, Kyle Turner, and directly adjacent to us. So apologies that they couldn't be on the call, but as needed, we can document that support and provide it for you all.
Lori, thank you for that, and no apologies are needed. The issue is less about just your specific property. We have to look at, we have to enforce these standards equitably, fairly, and we haven't had a situation that I'm aware of where we have allowed anybody to raise a ridge almost 5 feet. So I'm glad that your neighbors are in support. That's a great thing. But then when we come to other cases and other applicants, this would be precedent setting essentially. And
Let me
so
ask you a question.
let me finish, please.
Apologies.
That's what we have to be concerned with. And so I just want to make sure that you understand, we appreciate all of the support and the situation and the circumstances, but we have to look at this objectively, and we have to be concerned with all of the historic districts and how we are upholding these standards. So I just wanted to make sure to provide that context or that perspective on behalf of the commission.
And we appreciate that. You know, I certainly understand that. You know, there are special circumstances, though, for approvals. And I think one of them is a hardship, and that is land hardship. Because if we had the capabilities of going out back, you know, we would absolutely do that. And we don't. We're bound by that 30-foot setback, and we have nowhere to go. We don't even have an inch, you know, maybe 2 to play with. And so exploring that option, you know, if we did have area to move out back, that would be the option, because they're adding bedrooms. You know, their kitchen's already done in the house. The house has already been renovated internally by previous owners. And so, you know, it was to add another bedroom and to have, you know, another bathroom in the house. And so it's not something that we didn't, believe me, we studied these elevations, you know, from top to bottom and left to right. And we did feel like we reached that happy medium where, you know, you appreciate the historic structure and then you move forward. And I am actually going to repeat something that was said by Mr. Thompson with the Preservation North Carolina, was that the guidelines, you know, are not to be, or they can bend, right? And they're there not to make something frozen in time, but to allow it to be pliable to the circumstances that are before you. So, and I think this is a unique circumstance, because if we had room to go, we would certainly vote for that option. And that would be my recommendation, is go out back. We just don't have that option.
Thank you, Angie. I do want to say the standards suggest that we don't raise the ridge line at all. So we have been being flexible, just not 5 feet, I think is the point that I was trying to make earlier. But I'm going to stop. Commissioners, other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Barth?
Candace, can I bring up a previous application? I just found it. 1701 Plaza. Is that still pending any sort of thing?
I do not know, but we can find out.
While you look that up, just 1529 Wilmore, just looking at Polaris, was built in 1933.
Yes, that's this one.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Barr,
1701 The Plaza is another application done by a previous person, a previous committee member, where we agreed to raise the ridge because of extenuating circumstances. And I think, in my opinion, contrary to Commissioner Hawkins' point, there's nowhere to go for this project but up. And no, they haven't done that project yet. And for this one, looking on I don't have the COA in front of me, but on the proposal, there was, the almost the entire ridge was raised 3.5 feet. Granted, it's not 4 feet and change like we have here. But, we have approved this in the past, given extenuating set of circumstances. So at least in my opinion, they can't go back. We make exceptions when, we have these very small houses on limited lots, and the only direction you can go is up. I think architecturally it fits with the style of the house. It's tastefully done. I think the way it responds to the rest of the house, particularly the back, is proportionally and tastefully done. So for this particular instance and this particular lot, as one commissioner, I would probably make an exception for this. And I have a few other comments, but I think we should probably stick on this topic for now.
I tend to agree. I've written lots of notes on this one prior to, but I'll tell you that other house that was, 1529, that was built in 1933 with the same exact condition, and that was original. I mean, that's a precedent. I mean, this could have been originally the same situation. I struggle with that height change, though. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Hawkins. I mean, I don't ever remember going up 4 feet 7 inches for a ridge. Do you remember what the one was, Commissioner Barr? That was only 3 feet. 3.6.
Yeah, that's the challenge, is that where do we stop? Because I agree with Chairperson Hawkins that that this is pretty high. I've been on the commission for about 8 years and we've never gone that high. However, on the flip side of that, we talk about context and taking a holistic approach, right? And so to Commissioner Barth's point, there have been a number of times where, because the lot was restricted because we weren't able to go back, we allowed applicants to go up. And you mix that with the fact that the neighboring property, again, within context, has a historic height that is would still be taller than this one. Those are all of the workings for some kind of exception that, of course, would be written into any type of motion that we made. The challenge for me still is with what Commissioner Hawkins said, which is 4 feet 7 inches we've not done it before. So it feels, I'm a little nervous about making that kind of call in this district, when at our workshop, we just had someone ask for over 4 feet and we were like, no. Now, granted, they didn't have the same restrictions on their lot that this one has. Still, it is in a way precedent setting, because where do we stop?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt anybody, but it's okay if I just
If I
have one
may,
point.
before we have additional commentary from the applicant, I think a couple of things to consider are, in looking at your standard for additions, in the language being typically the original roof as visible from the public right of way should not be raised. The language is permissible. It does allow you to have some discretion and to take into account the specifics of a particular property and the potential limitations as presented by the evidence. So that's something for you guys to consider within your standards. Now, from what I've heard in the discussion, and of course, if I misrepresented anything about your discussion, please correct me, please let me know. It sounds like looking at the context that appears on that street, there is a possibility that there is a historic structure that may be taller than what this proposed project is requiring. Now, in the past, when you have seen a past project comes to mind where there was a question about raising the roof line potentially higher than the nearest historic structure. In that case, you may have all been unified as to our standards may not permit this. Now, just thinking about the considerations of the context, which is part of your discussion at the time, you may want to think about how this plays along with other cases where you may have had that possibility versus where you don't. And what is your starting and what is your stopping point? And so that is something that unless your standards are specific to say it has to be no taller than 6 feet, let's say for intents and purposes. If it's really just about the contextual piece, my recommendation to you would be that you continue to take a look at this in the way that you have other cases. And so it may not necessarily be about the numbers specifically, but it can be about how it relates to the other historic structures that are in the area where your context comes from.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Wojcik.
I wanted to ask the applicant about the chimney and verify that there would not need to be a modification to that if we did allow the new roof line to be done, just because obviously that would create a different design issue. So Angie, is the existing chimney far enough away from
Yes.
okay,
Yes,
thank
it is.
you.
I believe Lori wanted to say something too, so if you would let her speak as well.
No, this has been great conversation. I just kind of jumped right into the presentation as the owner, so I apologize for that. I just wanted to mention and thank you all for the opportunity for hearing this. We do understand we bought a unique lot. We're living in a unique situation. I'm married to my husband, Nate, who I mentioned is on the call. We have a 2-year-old daughter now, and one more on the way in January. We've been in the neighborhood since 2017. We bought it from Brent Zandy, who you all may be familiar with, went through this process in 2016 to restore our same home. He did an incredible job with the renovation. He kept that historic charm and character that we are trying to maintain with what we've done to the house in the last 7 years. We love the neighborhood, and as you can tell, we're really trying not to leave this home. It's quickly become much more than a house and much more of a home for us. So hopefully that comes through to you all. Totally understand that that's a very personal level and not anything to do with the requirements. But on a separate note, I did just want to mention exactly what Angie and you all have been talking about. We are active members of the neighborhood, and we want nothing more than to be viewed as equal members of the neighborhood with our house design. So we want to ensure that we are doing the right things to this home and the historic district. With that said, as you can tell, we are a little bit landlocked on the potential here. I think we've worked with Angie for probably 1.5 years now on these plans. and all of the kind of options you're mentioning, we probably have a plan that matches those. So this is what, as Angie said, we are putting forward as our priority, our best option, as what we believe. So just wanted to thank you all for the feedback today. And again, the opportunity to present to us. Last point that I just don't think has been covered, and again, kind of goes along with the adjacent residential houses next to us and around us, and even the larger area, is with that church parking lot behind us. It does open us up, but it is an interesting corridor to be adjacent to. We are wide open from the back to potentially commercial development. That does have, I believe, some requirements that are greater than the residential requirements that we're looking at. So I guess I'm just saying, I hope that that's taken in consideration as well as the two properties beside us. Thank you
Commissioner
all.
Barth?
I'm gonna try to squeeze this in because I have to leave. Angie, could the slope of the cross gable be reduced and those rooms be made just a little bit smaller? So that you still have ceiling height in there, just to help us in a little bit, even a foot on the height of the increased ridge?
So we do have the floor plans included in here. As you can see, they're the very end package. And so we can try to reduce the height. It will pinch our points of wall height, which if, you can see on here where my 5-foot wall heights are already. And that front wall of the gable is that 5 feet. It would bring that room in significantly, even by changing it like a 1 pitch. But we can look at that. We can study it, and here's the thing though, Chris, it was not necessarily, well, I guess it could be the pitch. If we change the pitch ever so slightly, we might be able to get a little bit out of it. But the stop and start of that gable is almost like defined by the window and the back wall, right?
I don't think you need to do any of that. I'm not going to design it for you. This is for you to do. I will say you can change a slope. You can start the spring line the same.
Yeah.
Half of a inch per foot slope change can make all the difference in the world. That's for this commission to determine if you need to restudy that or not. And that's for you to do that restudy. Another thing I will say, on the back porch, we have some pork chop eaves and looks like a timber truss design, which I think are a little bit incompatible. So I want to see if you'd be open to doing more of an arts and crafts gable for that porch, just to keep in keeping with the architectural style.
Yeah, as far as the boxing and the eaves and everything, yes, we'll take care of that. It's a graphic detail, but we'll change the overhang, the boxing. As far as the open porch design, yes, we can change that. We can rework the gable on the back. And again, that piece is seen from the parking lot, but yes, we can absolutely handle that detail. And, if it's a matter of a few inches in height, that what we gain to reduce that, graphically, it's still going to look the same. You're just going to reduce the height a little bit. And I will say this. So when I started working with Nate and Lori, she wasn't pregnant. And, we've waited a really long time, and now the baby's due in a couple of months. If there is something that we could, if the commission could work with staff and say, okay, we're going to do this and we will achieve this, it won't change the overall look of this house. Is it something that we can work with staff on to get that approval? I'm just going to ask that. And that's a personal question, personal ask. So.
Okay, any other questions for?
I'd say, if not speaking for the other board members, because I'm about to peace out, but if this commission felt comfortable in quantifying these things. For example, it seems that the general consensus is we have a issue with the height, right? If that can be quantified, like if we take it down a foot, can we go to staff and saying that here are our conditions and we would like you to do this. If you do this, then we're more comfortable. Anyway, that's my final thing.
If you think that that's architecturally possible,
Well, I think we've shown other projects, other examples. This, it's clear this project has a extenuating circumstance and some lot constraints that are very difficult. We've gone like the one project on the plaza where we've gone to 3'6" height increase, and that was an extension of the existing ridge versus a cross gable, which shows a clear delineation between the old and the new.
mm-hmm.
So I'm talking too much. Y'all got it.
So just to clarify for our commissioners, your charge is to consider cases based on the evidence that is presented and not based on the specific circumstances of an individual or personal favors. And this is something that ensures that your decisions are based on evidence and not based on other factors. My suggestion to you would be that you continue to consider this case as you have and as you would consider others based on the evidence that you are presented.
Thank you, Attorney Hewitt. Commissioner Wojcik, do we need to
Yeah, you need to go.
say goodbye?
Goodbye.
I don't want to hold you up.
Farewell.
Commissioner Barth is leaving the meeting. Commissioner Wojcik?
That is at 6:46 PM.
Sorry, Chris. I would just like to continue what Commissioner Barth was speaking about. And I know mathematically speaking, it's easy for everybody to say, okay, that was 3.3 feet 2 inches, and this one was 3.8 inches. But in the overall perception of the way that this project's going to be viewed and present itself on a street and with the people that live there, they have no idea. That number's for us. That has nothing to do with the way that it actually presents itself in real life. So I don't want to hold to some magic number that we are going to be held to for forever because we said that's as tall as we're going to go, or this is, I don't think 6 inches in that ridge height is going to make a difference. If it makes everybody feel better because they have a tangible numeric number, then that's something else, because everybody on this commission needs to, at least most of us have to agree. But when I look at that and I compare it to a historic house, the relationship between the front porch gable on the historic home and the relationship to its cross ridge is actually taller in relationship than our subject house that has a front gable and then is being introduced in relationship to a new cross ridge. And so the numeric number is actually substantially shorter if we want to do it that way. If we could go out there and measure the existing historic house and go from the subordinate front gable and measure up to its ridge, I can tell you right now, that's taller. So I just don't want us to get caught up in some number unless it is really important for us to be able to reference that in the future.
I think I hear you but I don't feel like we do constrict ourselves to a specific number. It will be, we need to defend it later on if it happens again, or if that's used as an argument.
And we do it all the time because we state the requirements or the restrictions for that particular project. And I think that this particular project, because of the land lock, has done that. And I did also want to say that Michelle, Commissioner Hawkins, asked how do we differentiate the addition from the new, the addition from the existing structure. And one of the elements that I would throw out there is that the existing roof, rake is, not rake, sorry. The existing roof overhang is staying on the structure all the way around. And so there is a natural break between what is there now and what is being added. Because it took me a little while to think about that because it's important.
And the structure would be unimpaired if it was removed?
Oh, well, it didn't.
No.
Unimpaired. I
No
don't think
structure would
that
be
is,
impaired. I mean,
there's,
it's
I
major
don't,
surgery on any structure.
yeah. But that offset and having that existing roof line does give us that transition, just like on the sidewall, right? You step it in or you step it out to know where that existing historic wall was and where the new wall starts. And that's what she's doing, transitioning from the first floor to the second floor. So I do think that there are elements that she has really incorporated that help us meet our guidelines.
Look, it doesn't have to be unanimous.
Yeah.
Are we close? We're closed for deliberation?
We haven't closed.
We are closed for deliberation.
Oh, we're closed. Yes, ma'am, we are.
Yeah, we are.
We don't have to be unanimous. I can appreciate that the lot is smaller. I am just not convinced that it has to be raised this high. But if you all feel that way, we just need to float a motion and vote according to what we believe.
I want to make another point, and I just think that it's worth, personally, as one commissioner, I believe it's worth a restudy to see, because, one point that wasn't made is, it's quite a bit of space on the second floor that they're gaining. I mean, it's 2 bedrooms and a bonus room and a bathroom. So, I mean, it's a generous space. So, which is great. And I so sympathize with the 10-foot ceilings on the first floor for a house of this. I mean, that's not typical at all. And I know that's a design challenge. But I think that it's worth a restudy to just see if we can bring that height down a little bit and meet in the middle.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, they are landlocked. They're restricted. They are restricted on their spring lines for that roof. I mean, that a half a pitch or a pitch, you're not going to see. I mean, you may gain a few inches, but it's just, it may make us all feel better, but it's, in real life, you could have them both side by side and you're gonna be like, what's the difference? You're gonna be looking hard to see it.
Turn your mic on.
Your mic.
In that line, I found myself thinking, if this were being presented to us as new construction on this lot, I think we would be quite happy with the design presented. And I think that is because I do think that it is very consistent with the context, with the scale and massing. While I understand that it is a significant change from the existing original house, I have trouble seeing that it is wildly out of character for the district.
I'm going to agree with that. Listening to what Attorney Hewitt has said, we aren't given a number. Almost 5 feet sounds like a lot because it is. However, I just think of it as a real estate agent, right? It is the square footage of 2 houses can be the same, but feel vastly different based on design. And so looking at additions 6.20, this meets a lot of that. Attempt to locate the addition on the rear elevation so that it is minimally visible from the street. Check. Limit the size of the addition so that it does not visually overpower the existing building. Check. Attempt to attach new additions or alterations to existing buildings in such a manner that if such additions or alterations were to be removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the building would be unimpaired. Check. We could go on. And so I agree with Chairperson Hawkins. Maybe at this point, what we need to do is float a motion and see what happens. Also, just before we do that, there's room for exceptions, which we offer all the time, so that if we are concerned about having to justify this later, we have an airtight case. If you have this lot with these restrictions next to this historic house where it's still shorter and it's not visually overpowering or even really incredibly visible from the street. The house 1529 that was built in 1933, like if you have all of that going on, then you know what? You also deserve that addition. So I think that we should float a motion and see what happens. Completely agree.
Just to add really briefly, if that is the motion, the commission is going to consider, my recommendation would be that you list out every single characteristic that makes this case different from any other case or special, such that if there are any concerns in the future, you can refer back to the conditions that led you to your particular decision.
All right. Please whoever's going to float the motion, please make note of that.
I have a
Commissioner.
question for staff or Candace. The restudy of that, how prescriptive do we need to be for that rear porch detail? As Commissioner Barth mentioned, and I know the applicant was open to, redoing that.
Yeah, be as prescriptive as you need to be, but I think that staff has already pointed out a couple of those conditions, so we wouldn't have allowed that in the first place.
Right, just a different
Okay,
style
but
and
still,
design for that
yeah.
detail. Okay.
All right. Do we have a motion?
I will make a motion.
All right. And we'll help.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion to approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special characters of the district as described in chapter 6. 6.20 of the design standards and consistent with the Secretary Interior standards for historic preservation, or additions. I was trying to go to make sure that I was gonna talk about the staff note.
You have to speak up, Commissioner Wojcik.
Sorry, I'm pretty loud. So this particular project has extenuating circumstances that present itself and are being taken into consideration with this approval. The particular subject lot, is of a size and the existing home is set on that property in such a way that in addition to the rear of the structure is not allowable based on county setback requirements. With that limitation, we are allowing the addition towards the rear of the property on the second floor with an architectural design that is very consistent with another property on that street at 1529 Wilmore, which is a historic home that was built in 1933. That is our specific reference context structure. When looking at guidelines 6.20, we feel that the addition, the current design for the addition meets guidelines 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. I don't know. What else do I need to say?
I would like to add the building beside it, the house beside it, the historic 2-story house.
Yes, there is a historic 2-story home directly to adjacent to this
I'll
property.
give you the address when I pull it up here shortly. It is 1557
At
Wilmore.
1557 Wilmore Drive,
Mhm.
as also as context.
And then I think we have the staff, some exceptions
And then
or conditions, sorry. So one Commissioner Wojcik is that the pork chop eave detail on the rear porch.
Oh, yes.
are Incongruous, that's per 6.14 for cornices and trim.
So number 7, pork chops on rear porch is incongruous with the standards. They need to address 6.14. And then to work with staff on new windows and mutton designs for gang windows, and provide window material specifications. Confirm that wood lap siding will be German lap siding to match existing.
How about the provide, do we need to do the provide dormer offset dimensions?
Oh,
Provide the dormer offset.
okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Number 2, provide dormer offset dimensions, just to verify that the second floor and the first floor are not coplanar.
Do you mind putting in Secretary of Interior Standards to?
I did it.
You did? Okay.
Beginning.
All right. Okay. All right.
Oh, and to work with staff on open gable end design framing detail for the porch.
Would you be interested in or consider adding as an additional reason for your approval that the project, that the proposed height would not be taller than the nearest tallest
We
historic
had that in there.
structure?
That
If
was-
that isn't already there?
It's there.
Okay.
Mhm. Thank you, Attorney Hewitt.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by. Seconded by Commissioner Faradi. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Bell,
No.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
No,
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, no. Vote to approve with conditions passes 6-3. Wait, is that right?
Sorry, but maybe you're right, 6. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
6, yep.
6-3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great conversation. Yeah.
You guys have a wonderful night.
You too, Angie.
All right, bye. Bye.
Okay. We have reached the end of our agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 7:03 PM. Thank you, everyone.